Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. After picking 5 winners on yesterday's card, we decided to bring Jimmy McNerney back here at the track. Jimmy Mac, and just like yesterday, by the way, an all-main track card. We're off the turf again under cloudy skies. Chilly here in Shelbyville in town, and Money Made track, and again, an all-main track program, except unlike yesterday, we've got 10 on tap today, including 2 quarter-horse dashes to close us out.
Yeah, I was driving up today, and it was raining about halfway here, and I was like, man, I hope when I get there it's not raining. But track's drying out right now, and it's sloppy yesterday. It's muddy today, and you know, it looks like a little windy out there, but I'm no expert, John.
It was pouring last night, by the way, in downtown Indianapolis. Looking forward to this weekend's 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. If you're heading out to the IMS, we'll have no live racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Hope you can join us here on Memorial Day. We'll talk more about the holiday card in just a short time from right now. But as we mentioned, right now, cloudy skies for the most part, and again, the temperature-wise, through the 50s, so kind of like me in the upper 50s. So let's go downtown to talk to Macy Tetrick for WRTV6 for the official race day forecast. Muddy track, maybe some clearing skies later today. Macy, how about it?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
It's still going to feel breezy as we head through the afternoon and the evening. Some wind gusts 30 miles per hour, and this could mean temperatures may actually begin to fall just a little bit through the 60s, which is cool for this time of year. It's cloudy, and we could continue to see just a couple of rain showers today, but by no means is it a washout. It'll be even a little bit cooler for you on Thursday. Notice the average high temperature for this time in May should be at 75, but tomorrow our highs will stay in the 50s. Back to you, John.
All right, thank you, Macy. And Jimmy Mack, I don't know about you. I'm no weather expert, but it certainly feels cooler than it probably should be.
Yeah, it does
on the
feel cooler
21st
than
of
that.
May.
Yeah, absolutely. You just it looked like the temperatures are warming up this weekend, though. Are you going to the race?
No, I went the one time, Joseph Newgarden's first time winning the Indianapolis 500.
I'm gonna go again.
It's
it's a fun time.
It's
I didn't think I'd like it the first time I went.
Fun.
Now it's like my 13th year in a row going.
Is it really?
Yeah, we get
awesome.
a thing right at the top of the horse racing. I say top of the stretch, but top of turn 4 there, the Miller Lite VIP thing. It's a great time.
By the way, rookie on the pole for the first time in over 40 years.
Yeah, I'm excited.
We were excited yesterday, by the way. Cheers to all of our horse players. As we watched, we had a carryover going into the 50-cent lead pick 5 here yesterday. It was over $109,000. Pool closed $597,470. Horse players were zeroing in on us yesterday.
Yeah, they were honing in that low takeout in addition to that carryover. And that pool of nearly $600,000 doesn't count the carryover we had of $107,000 going in. A little chalky, but you know, pretty formful there, and you know, I don't know what to pick. Couple $100, I think. But, yeah, I mean, they were zeroing in on us, and we had another carryover yesterday. But it you know, started out with you know, I think Randy Klopp had a short price horse in that sequence.
Just over $100 that payout in the 50-cent late pick 5, as I mentioned. Jimmy Mack with 5 of the 9 winners on yesterday's card. Trainer-wise, Randy Klopp had a training double, taking out the first of the day under Luis Contreras with Lucky's Joy, and Joe Ramos followed with Mr. Negativity for that Randy Klopp 1-2 in the slop. And then later on in the card, it was Arisu, certainly romping home under jockey Joe Ramos. A couple of winners on yesterday's card, and graphics-wise, our 2025 Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing Marketing Intern, Darby Cullifer, coming up with this graphic to acknowledge the doubles, triples on the racing card. So Darby, job well done, and Randy looking to defend his title from last year.
Yeah, good job, Darby. I'm looking forward to these to see how they go. And like I said, Randy was the first one to be unveiled with his double, and I did like that call, Klopp in the Slop. I loved it.
Certainly paid off yesterday for a couple of times here on the racing program. And again, cheers to Darby and Riker. Our marketing interns appreciate all that they're doing this season. In fact, during the summer, we'll be joined by Nathan Klein. Will be joining us here for an internship with the University of Arizona. He called a race the other day at Charlestown.
Yeah,
a lot of
I was
people
say
tuning
that.
in.
Yeah, I got to watch it. I think it was on one of the social media platforms, and he was filling in, and we'll have him here. Does he go to U of A or?
Yeah, University of Arizona. Yeah, that great racetrack industry program.
Yeah, have you ever been there?
No, but like Mike Rapoli, I went to St. John's. I'm a sports manager in grads. But coming up here, Macy mentioned the forecast. Tomorrow we'll wrap up the racing week for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Jimmy McNerney, we talked about on Sunday the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 for us. No live racing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But on Friday, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Maybe you want to go to the casino and get a sports book bet on Alex Pillow, my pick to win the.
Is that your pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alex this year after Joseph Newgarden the last 2 years.
Yeah, don't stop believing, John.
So mentioned, by the way, no live racing here on Friday, but 2025 free concert series here at Horseshoe Indianapolis out on the apron. You want to come out here at 7 o'clock on Friday as we kick off this summer concert series. As I mentioned, of course, Horseshoe Indianapolis open 24/7. While we'll have no live racing, there will be Escape, the Journey tribute band, performing here on Friday at 7 o'clock, part of the 2025 concert series. We're excited about that here at the
Absolutely, I'm really excited. I love Journey.
Do you really?
Even though I threw that little segue in there, but no, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And like you said, we're going to have that 2025 concert series, and the first one, Escape. What's your favorite Journey song? On the spot. Yeah.
To me, it's the only one.
Yeah.
But of course, thinking about the Sopranos as well, making "Don't Stop Believin'," that famous song at the end of the.
I can't name it, maybe a couple more. No.
Want to mention with Jimmy Mack having 5 winners on yesterday's card, also our broadcast partner. We'll be joined a couple of times here at the end of the card today, as we've got 2 quarter horse dashes to wrap up this midweek edition of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on an all main track card. But Martha, when she does her, lost the whip there, Jimmy. Mentioned that. Martha Clausen, yesterday when she does her analysis for our final quarter horse dash, or in this case dashes of the day today, Martha often includes don't sleep on the Pentafecta, that 10-cent quarter horse Grand High 5 wager. She mentioned yesterday you might want to add this horse. Take a look at the Pentafecta wagers. They pay well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Yesterday, Martha hit the Pentafecta box yesterday for the quarter.
For just a $12 play, if you listened to her, you would have got a massive ROI. I paid $574.32, and play along. Martha knows her quarter horses and knows what she's talking about. And those I have noticed. I play them too, but they pay sometimes more than you think they should. It's just a dime-based bet, and you want to follow along. Martha's red hot right now.
By the way, it was a great finish to the quarter horse finale yesterday. Nice allowance group dashing in the Tuesday finale. Famous Lollipop by a Nostril on the line over Disco Lady. So that was a good finish, and Tony Cunningham's horse there in the finale ran 3rd, and good for Martha to cash the Pentafecta box. Her $12 suggested play returned $574.32. By the way, because you mentioned, Jimmy, I know you talk about wagering as a horse player. ROI, is that something you keep track of as you go throughout the course of the year?
For me or other guys?
Yeah, well, you had 5 winners yesterday.
No,
but,
no, I don't keep track of it, but
I know it's important to some.
It's important to a lot of people, and if you're using certain facts or figures, I pay attention, to whatever publication, like maybe the DRF, like certain instances, maybe a trainer with horses, on the turf or babies or whatever. I'll look at that. I'll look at the ROI on them. But as far as handicappers or on-air talent, I kind of go with the flow and try to see how they're picking. But I do notice, here, Racing Rachel and Brian, Tammy puts together a thing and shows, at the end of the year how they did. So I kind of follow along myself.
They're competitive too.
Are they so whatsoever?
Do not miss a Brian Aragoni win. And of course, as I said, you like to keep track of all those things. And by the way, because you mentioned Rachel feeling under the weather again. So hopefully Rachel can join us here on Thursday's card to wrap up the race week. But first and foremost, hope you feel better, partner. Rachel under the weather today. And we've got Jimmy McNerney back in the handicapper seat along with Brian Aragoni. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday for fans going out to the IMS. The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. We've got a big card coming up on Monday with Memorial Day racing here, the holiday, Jimmy, as we start to kick off the summer. We'll have that summer concert series with that Journey tribute band, Escape, performing here on Friday night at 7 o'clock for those coming out here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a free concert series.
Absolutely free.
Yep, to kick that off. And then Memorial Day racing, special post time, of course, today and tomorrow. We kick off at 2:10, but just a note, arrive early, get a great spot, enjoy enjoy the day. We kick off at noon. We'll be done 4:30, 5 o'clock-ish, but really no rush because it's a holiday. And yeah, we'll have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday racing. So kind of heading to the tail end of May, and we start
Really
heading
gear up.
into June. Yeah, and we'll start talking about some quarter horse Saturday mornings and even some evening programs for the thoroughbreds and quarter horses too.
Yeah, a lot of promotions going on, a lot of exciting things, including that Monday, that Memorial Day, we'll have a a race for charity that day as well. And then, of course, a couple of Saturdays after that, we have Belmont coming up. So, we're starting to get into summer as you heard the weather segment there. It's starting to heat up. We're starting to heat up.
And Jimmy Mack mentioned about that race for charity. So in addition to our live racing program, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse dash on the holiday Memorial Day Monday program. But we're also going to have a special race for charity as some of the top executives here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including, of course, we start talking about Senior Vice President, General Manager Trent McIntosh. He'll be, and again, this is all for charity, but Trent, Leanne, Lois, Andrea, James, Elizabeth Beaver for her charity. And I mentioned Trent McIntosh among the executives here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County. I know Rachel's talked about Lois to benefit the Indy Great Pyrenees Rescue, a cause near and dear to Racing Rachel's heart. But they're going to be dressed up. They got these costumes ready to go.
Great
and,
graphics,
yeah,
and there they are.
This is going to be fun.
Warming up there in the post parade, though.
Races.
Yeah, so each contestant's going to be about 50 yards, John, and it'll be after the third race here on Memorial Day. Approximate post somewhere around 1:15. You see Eric there giving him some pointers on the equicizer, but a great cause, and donations will be awarded based on their finishes with $3,000, $2,000, $1,000 for that first, second, and third. For the participating charities, they receive 500 donation boxes. A lot going on with that organization and that charity.
We're still looking for footage of Eric on the equicizer, by the way, but we haven't quite found that just yet. But certainly they're warming up for that big dash for charities here on Memorial Day Monday. And by the way, there will also be donation boxes located throughout here at Horseshoe Indianapolis that day. So if you see one of the charities that's close to your heart, whether it's the Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County, Turning Point, domestic violence, the charity that raises the most donations, we're going to give that an additional bonus of $250. So not only will it be a fun day, but certainly raising awareness and funds for those causes.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful thing. And this a lot of those type instances goes on here at Horseshoe Indy, and it's one of the things that I love about it, always raising money for wonderful causes, and you can come out and help us there on Memorial Day with that noon post. It
was sovereignty and journalism under the Twin Spires for the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May. Pimlico, see Old Hilltop, that's going to be rebuilt, and of course journalism, that big wow race, right?
Was,
under jockey Umberto Rispoli, and journalism coming away with the historic 150th running of the Preakness Stakes as we say goodbye to what was the old Pimlico, Old Hilltop, but on they go to the Belmont Stakes. And again, you start talking about Triple Crown and all the traditions. The Belmont Stakes 2025 at Saratoga and not at a mile and a half.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but nonetheless, the 156th running, $2 million up for grabs. It's a great card. You can come out here and wager on it. I think there's six grade ones maybe that day. Right. So estimated post times 10:45. Here locally, we're going to have a big day here that day with giveaways and food trucks again.
Yep, entertainment on the awning stage from 1 to 3 o'clock. So yes, no Triple Crown on the line, and a lot of talk about whether that should be changed or not. But this is what we've got for 2025, and the Belmont Stakes even. And again, Belmont Park, looking forward to. My heart still goes, to the old Belmont Park, the site of Secretariat's, Triple Crown win, and you think back to Affirmed and Alydar. My heart will always be with the old Belmont Park, but we move forward, and looking forward to seeing how that new racetrack turns out there in Elmont, New York, where I spent a lot of years while working for the New York Racing Association and the Belmont Stakes. And Belmont Day, again, you mentioned it's not just about the Belmont Stakes, but such a great day there to celebrate racing in New York.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never got to go on Belmont Day. I always wanted to, but I guess I never got to see the race under the old grandstand in the old historic venue. But times change, things go on, and need to keep up with the times and stay with the current state of racing. So some of these big vast grandstands aren't really needed anymore. You kind of hate to see them go, but really it's
the days of 100,000 people out at the racetrack.
Just doesn't happen. So the real estate, it's worth a lot of money.
Yeah,
pack the crowd in.
And of course, it is great to see when you have
there's other
popular horses. For example, I mean, the Kentucky Derby and Churchill Downs, and you love to see a massive crowd like that. But again, often it's the first Saturday in May, and then you have other racetracks now that are really being built to this this current audience that we have nowadays.
Yeah, not it's probably needed. You hate to see it go, but aren't they doing some other things there? There's some other venues there at Belmont. Is it like hockey rink or
Islanders
something?
play there, yeah.
So it's a good sports entertainment complex.
That's what we enjoy being here in the Hoosier State, racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis from April through November. We've got Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7, downtown Indiana Fever. Tough loss last night. They started the season with a win as Caitlin Clark had that triple-double. But we've also got, of course, the AAA Indianapolis Indians. You've got the Pacers, about to battle the Knicks. Got a text message the other day from the voice of Belmont Park there, and of course the Big A, Chris Griffin, asking maybe a gentleman's wager, but of course he knows that I was born and raised in New York.
He knows where your heart was. Yeah, great city here for sports, and not just in the city, we have a lot here. So I mean, you can get, like John said, come out and make your sports bet. The casino floor is open. We have simulcast, live racing, and entertainment on the apron. So we got you covered here.
By the way, I mentioned about some of the winners on yesterday's card, talking about that training double for Randy Klopp with Lucky's Joy and also Arisu. Another trainer that was on the score sheet here yesterday was Danny Simpson.
Danny.
Of course,
Mr. Louie.
long time, Megan and Danny Simpson. And speaking of Mr. Louie, it's funny because having been down at the fairgrounds since 2004, 2005, my first year working the Belmont Stakes for Naira, Risen Star wound up winning that race.
Oh, nice.
So somehow
it all ties
comes
it full circle. Yeah.
So, thanks to our big sponsors this year in 2025. Want to give a shout out to Brown Forman, Tequila, Herradura, and Corbel. Breed Development, also our Winter Circle sponsor, back with us here for another year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Cheers to Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them on your rotary at 765-361-8803. That's 765-361-8803. Also our tote board and starting gate sponsor back again for this season. B&H Electric and Supply. They've got locations in town, also in Seymour and Bloomington. You can reach out to them on the World Wide Web by going to www.bh-electric.com on the web. Social media-wise, we've got you covered here each and every racing day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, casino open 24/7. If you're looking to get that sports bet on, whether it's the Pacers v. the Knicks, the Indiana Fever, or maybe your wager on the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 at the IMS this coming Sunday. Fingers crossed for them. Also, weather-wise, and for us on Monday for our Memorial Day card. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, get better. Come on. Hoping to see you back here tomorrow, Rachel. She's on X with her over 17,000 followers on Instagram. You can check Racing Rachel out there as well. Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5. You can reach out to B at Mr. B Analyst. And Martha Clausen still basking Jimmy Mack. She had that Pentafecta box in the finale. $574. Martha, send me a check at X at Martha Clausen. Track-wise, we got you covered too. Again, for all things. Now this is more the track wing. At HS Indy Racing. We've got Darby Cullifer. She's got that graphic now for riding doubles, training doubles, and triples as well. You can check all of us out on X. Often reposted a lot of our tweets at HS Indy Racing, on IG at Horseshoe Indy, and on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So another day, Jimmy Mack here. Again, cloudy skies. We had Macy Tetrick. We checked in with Macy from downtown at WRTV6. Again, kind of with the cloudy skies and a muddy track with no turf racing here today. Feels a lot cooler than 60 degrees, more like somewhere in the mid to upper 50s.
It definitely feels cooler than she said. But, as you can see, the flag moving out there, we do have a pretty significant wind. Right now, blowing straight across, it looks like. But I don't mind the cooler.
No, I don't either. May 21st, but we've got some, once we hit Memorial Day and the temperatures start to rise, we'll be talking about how hot it is here.
Wish it was May 21st again.
So muddy main track here today, but Jimmy Mack coming off picking 5 winners yesterday. Martha Clausen coming off that Pentafecta box in the quarter horse finale yesterday. Famous lollipop by the slimmest of
Flared
margins.
nostril.
Yesterday over Disco Lady. And Brian Aragoni, he always stays focused in on the pick 5s and those multi-race wagers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And after all, why not? Yesterday they wagered over $597,000 granted with a carryover of 6 figures going into our Tuesday 50-cent late pick 5. But with that said, and Jimmy Mack, as we watch racetracks across the country and you see like a low takeout, in the case in our pick 5s, a low 11.99% takeout, it draws in a lot of action.
Absolutely, as it should. That's the industry low, I'd have to think. And a lot of times they entice you with the 15 or 16%, but the 11.99, that's why. Like you said, the carryover's there, but 600,000, that's going to draw people in. And kudos to Eric for bringing that.
Quick commercial break here on the Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, back with
Mr.
Brian
B.
Aragoni talking about the 50-cent early pick 5 right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Welcome back to Wire here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to you on making it halfway through the week. We're 27 minutes away from your Wednesday card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No, we don't have any six-figure carries or any pentafectas. Maybe Miss Martha will give away another over $500 pentafecta later on today. She's going to have 2 opportunities in races 9 and 10, which she will take you through. Jimmy and I will be here for races 1 through 8, and John G. Dooley will be on the mic for all of them on a Wednesday, May 21st here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Unfortunately, we're off the turf yet again, so no turf. Will be on a muddy main track. We'll see if we get any upgrades throughout the day. But rain has been hammering the Midwest area for some time now. We've taken a ton of water on the main track, and a shout out to our track crew who's got us in an excellent racing condition today and a safe condition at that, so that we are fortunate to enjoy our equine athletes on a Wednesday. Race number 1, 26 minutes away. Scratch number 5, Elegant Train. That was race number 10. Race number 1, scratch number 8, Marcy Rose. In here, scratch the 8 out of the opener, and we will go 2, 3, 4, and 9 to kick off this pick 5. It looks like a challenging pick 5. Now, the late fire 5 was more affected than the early races with that off-turf event. So 6 furlongs going to be the distance. 3-year-old state-bred competition going 15,000 into the opener in here. And I thought it was a little bit challenging, I guess, and you can tell the money's really spread out in here. No one's taking the lion's share of money, and when you do get a scratch, oftentimes the odds will change significantly. However, when you scratch a 30-1 that the morning line odds maker didn't give much of a chance to begin with, it shouldn't change them all that much. We're getting an overlay price on horses like Unbridled Slew at this time, 4-1, almost double that 5-2 morning line. Neon Leon has been in very good form for Tiana Richardville. In fact, a head away from being a 2-time winner on the meet already, but they did lose to Rocketing, who's in here. And so while Neon Leon lost to Rocketing, you're getting a significant difference in value right now. Even money versus 7-1, and it was maybe a month and 5 days ago that Rocketing actually beat Neon Leon. And since then, Rocketing went and was scheduled to try the turf course, rained off, went 2 turns, but should be plenty fit in this spot and gets back to a sprinting distance, which Rocketing does like. So 2, 3, 4, and 9, no true strong opinions for me in the opener at the Shoe. Race number 2, we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. Scratch the 6, Evil Intentions, out of this race. Evil Intentions was a horse I was planning on playing against. So, again, like yesterday, unfortunate that the favorite does scratch out of this race. We'll go 3, 4, and 5. No strong convictions. My play was mostly against the 6, the favorite. It looks like anyone's race. Castle Magic could be any sort down on the inside, shipping in from Thistle Downs for Bob Gorham, who's going to heat up. Now, his numbers are misleading. The Gorham gang is only winning at 3%. They've been significantly higher every year I've been here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, many years they've flirted with 20%. I do expect them to get things going in the right direction, and they will have a very good meet when it's all said and done, and their luck could turn with Castle Magic, but I'm banking on the 3, 4, and 5 as we kick off that $1 pick 4, 15% takeout. If you're a bettor like myself, some would call us degenerates, got to take advantage of those low takeout opportunities. Race number 3, 2, 4, and 5 in here. 1 mile going to be the distance. $5,000 claimers. This is usually where I try to spread out. The lower the claiming price, the more or the less conviction I often have horses are at the lower claiming range, simply because they're not as consistent. The consistent sorts usually find themselves protected because people do not want to lose an animal that consistently runs well. The lower ranks, they're not as consistent. They've got some question marks. We do have a couple of scratches in here. Classically at 5-2 is out, as is East from West at 3-1. Your 2 morning line favorites are out of this event. I'm going to go 2, 4, and 5. They seem to be a little bit all over the board in here. I think Get Away With It is going to take some action at 5-1, shipping in from Oaklawn Park off of a win. Was previously 0 for 13, now 1 for 14. Maybe the light bulb angle has gone on. Manny Esquivel going to be riding for Cipriano Contreras, another barn that I certainly expect to heat up. 2, 4, and 5 for me in race number 3. Race number 4, do scratch a big one out of this event. Dioro's Wish, a horse who actually beat Cupid's Runaway last time out. And when I say actually beat, I seriously do mean it. Cupid's Runaway lost a race, which is incredible considering 7 for 8 last year and 1 for 2 so far this year, lost by a half length at 1-5. And now the horse who beat that one is actually out of this race. Probably saps all of the value in here. When I look up and down this field, if you followed me for a while now, you know I try to beat favorites, and Cupid's Runaway is a horse I've consistently tried to beat. However, Jova, the 10-year-old, has seemingly lost his speed in his older years now. Manuelito routinely comes from off pace, and then Do You Want to Dance likes to make one run of it late. The only hope would be for Tim Eggleston and Mitch Miro, Who's for Justice, to try to show a ton of speed. Now, this horse last time out showed a rapid pace off of a 2-year layoff. Was probably very fresh, feeling very good that day, couldn't stay on with it. Oftentimes, horses off a 2-year layoff, many people would expect to be tighter, to be a little bit more fit. I expect maybe the other way around. There's a reason there was a 2-year layoff. Something had gone amiss. They took a lot of time off, needed a lot of effort. Sometimes there could be regression. The 6-year-old kind of knows what he's doing now. So I think Who's for Justice may be able to show some brief speed, but certainly not enough to affect the armor of Cupid's Runaway. 9 for 12 lifetime for the 5-year-old who's picked up pieces in almost each and every start, and a horse that Reese Ranch certainly loves to own. We'll see if Cupid's Runaway can be a single for us in the early as well as the late Fire 5. Race number 5, we'll go 1 mile in here, off-turf event. Scratch 1, 3, 4, 6, 13, 14, and 15 out of this event. Many people are going to single Momentario. If you're going to try and beat Cupid's Runaway, Momentario, the 12 horse, is a likely horse that you're going to be looking to single. Buyer speed figures jump off the page. Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, Keith Asmussen, very cool story. Huge drop in class, yada, yada, yada. The list goes on and on. But we're trying to make money here. I'm a gambler. If everyone's piling on to one bus, I'm looking for a different bus. How about Hair to the Throne? 15-1 morning line. I expect this horse to go off at a big price. the numbers are right in line, if not slightly better than Momentario. And I think Momentario is going to be all of 3 to 5 in this spot, if not 4 to 5, while the 11 right next door in the starting gate switches hands over to Shannon McGovern. Rodney Prescott gets the call, and there is a ton of upside for a horse who's just slightly more lightly raced in this spot. And it could be any sort. My Amy, lightly raced, stretches out for Michael Maker. I don't love that they debuted at the bottom for a $105,000 purchase. That's usually not a good sign to maybe buy a car for $105,000, and then before you even ride in it once, you're trying to sell it for $12,500. That's layman's terms on the way I look at some of these things. My Amy stretching out. Maybe the synthetic wasn't really what she wanted. But Joe Ramos, Mike Maker, 2 connections that you simply cannot ignore. And then Extreme Dream. You've got Orb on the dam side. Could love a sloppy racetrack with Jimmy Creed. Maybe that one gets brave on the front end. I'm throwing a little bit of some luck into this, or hoping for some chaos in race number 5. It does affect both the early pick 5 as well as the late fire 5. So we're going to be puckered up without a 4 to 5 shot on our ticket, but that's how we're trying to make some money, and hopefully we can beat Momentario. Always wish the connections best of luck, but in race number 5, I will be trying to win with 5, 8, 9, and 11. We are 18 minutes away from the opener on a rainy, cloudy, cold, chilly day here in Shelbyville, Indianapolis. 18 minutes away from the opener on a muddy main track, and we wish you the best of luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races on tap and all main track hard. We're off the turf. Main track muddy near the top of the 2 o'clock hour. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. And in the first race, scratch number 8, Mart's Rosie. Number 8, Mart's Rosie, has been scratched. In the second race, in this sprint, second race, number 5, Closer to the Truth, a change of jockey to Sammy Bermudez. There's that jockey change. Sammy Bermudez on 5, Closer to the Truth. Scratch the 6, Evil Intentions. With a scratch, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch the 6, Evil Intentions. In the third, number 2, Odorico, a change of jockey to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 2, Odorico. Scratch 3, Classically, and the 6, East from West. No superfecta wagering here on the mile. No superfecta, scratch the 3, and number 6. The fourth race sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 6, Doro's Wish. Scratch the 6. No rider changes. Number 3, Do You Wanna Dance? 2 pounds over the program weight. The fifth race taken off the turf. This will now be run on the main track at 1 mile. Scratch 1, She's a Dragon Lady. 3, Tektronic. 4, Temple City Magic. Take out the 6, Miss Monroe County. 13, West Maple. The 14, Beto's Birdie. And the 15, Baytown Storm. Number 11, Heir to a Throne, draws in. Heir to a Throne, the number 11 will run. There'll be no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 today. All main track card, no all turf pick 3, that dollar wager. Scratch 1, 3, 4, 6, 13, 14, and number 15. No rider changes. Number 2, Night City. Add 1 pound, or add 3 pounds to the listed program weight. In the sixth race, scratch number 5, Mickey Valentine, and the 10, Pink Picture. Scratch the 5 and number 10. Number 6, Raisonette, a jockey change to be announced for the 6, Raisonette. Number 1, One Finale, 3 pounds over in the maiden. On to race 7 we go, off the turf. The 7th race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Pretty on the Prairie. The 2, Castagna. Take out 5, Sweet Enchantment. Scratch 9, Mo Ice for the Lady. 11, Title Tactics. Scratch 12, Bingo Baby. 13, Texas Hottie. Take out 14, Beat It, and 15, Eastern Sunrise. Race 7, main track, 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch 1, 2, 5, 9, 11 through number 15. All have been scratched. The 7, Bonita Song, a jockey change to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 7, Bonita Song. Turning to the 8th race, off the turf. Main track sprint at 5 furlongs. Scratch the 2, Samba Lover. 3, Breeze in Town. 4, Illini. Take out the 5, Hard to Say, and scratch 8, Side Eye. 10, Leo Springs, entered as a main track only, will run. Leo Springs, the MTO, the 10 runs. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch 2, 3, 4, 5, at number 8. 6, Corman, a change of jockey to Adam Beschizza. Adam Beschizza will ride the 6, Corman. And the 9th race, quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Scratch the also eligibles, 11, Sizzling Heart, and the 12, Apolitical Bill. Scratch 11 and 12. Here are some overweights. The 4, Jess Shake Baby plus 5 pounds. The 5, Whiskey Beach, 7 over. And the 7, Philomena, plus 5 pounds, and scratch the also eligibles. 10th race, closing with the quarter horse dash over the 330 at 6:43 p.m. In the 10th race, scratch the 5, Elegant Train. Scratch 5, no rider changes. The 2, Where's Wilson, 1 pound over. And the 7, it's my favorite, 3 extra pounds. Well, main track card, main track muddy. We'll have the sprint opener due off in just 9 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race, opening sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 8, March Rosie, has been scratched. Scratch the number 8, March Rosie. No rider changes. Number 1, Knee Deep Justice, and 5 pounds to the listed program weight. The 1 is 5 over. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card. 10 on tap. Off the turf. Main track muddy. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Muddy track. Under a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Felix Ostadio with Knee Deep Justice. Luis Contreras with Unbridled Victor. Fernando Little Cruz, No Proof, drew 6. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Unbridled Slew coming up. Alberto Burgos with Cringe. Now Joe Ramos, here's Neon Leon. Couple of them back. Evan Roman with Rocketing, like Neon Leon, both here for Tiana Richardville at the top of the card. One more, Joseph Bilmer with He Be Ready. All 10 races on the main track. Main track muddy to start. They're in the gate. Unbridled Slew, Fractious in the gate. So jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. walking away from the starting stalls where Unbridled Slew's been backed out of line. Late scratch, number 2, Unbridled Slew. By order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start, number 2, Unbridled Slew, has now been scratched. All wagers on the 2, Unbridled Slew. Refunds here, and the sprint opener scratch the 2. The horses going back into the starting gate. Neon Leon has rejoined Knee Deep Justice. Unbridled Victor and No Proof reloads. Rocketing coming back up and in. Rocketing. Again, Alberto Burgos with Cringe. Late scratch on 2, Unbridled Slew. The 2 is a non-runner. And He Be Ready going back into the gate. All in. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No Proof sharply away. Here's Neon Leon with early interest, and right there toward the inside is Knee Deep Justice has the red sleeves. It's Neon Leon with Joe Ramos. Neon Leon has taken the early lead by 3/4 length from sharp starting No Proof. Knee Deep Justice right there toward the rail. He Be Ready is running in fourth. Nearest the inside, Unbridled Victor in fifth. Cringe on the outside looks to gain, and Rocketing trails here in the Wednesday opener. The opening quarter, muddy track in 23.09 seconds. Neon Leon takes them to 3 furlongs from home. Neon Leon leads by 2 lengths to Knee Deep Justice, who now pursues. On the outside, No Proof, after showing speed, is dropped back with He Be Ready and Cringe on the far outside in fifth. Then comes Unbridled Victor and Rocketing. Past the quarter pole, Knee Deep Justice now with a bid for Felix Ostadio as they straighten up. Into the stretch, Knee Deep Justice and Neon Leon, half mile in 46.65 seconds. It's Neon Leon with the rail. Knee Deep Justice tries to keep a straight path with a 16th left. Then He Be Ready into third. On the outside is Cringe. They're near home. It's Knee Deep Justice kept to the mission. Neon Leon toward the inside. Knee Deep Justice. Knee Deep Justice from Neon Leon in a driving finish. He Be Ready, Cringe. $112.67 after the sprint opener. 112.67. Hold all tickets until posted official. We're standing by for the judges' confirmation. It was 7-1 on Knee Deep Justice. Felix Ostadio for Thomas Medina first. Number 3, Neon Leon at 2-1 second, grudgingly. 9, He Be Ready at 3-1 third, and 7, Cringe at 5-2 fourth. It's gone to Knee Deep Justice. Wasn't easy, but it's 7-1 on top. Race 1 official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 1, Knee Deep Justice with apprentice Felix Ostadio. Knee Deep Justice is a 4-year-old chestnut, first-time gelding by Harry's Holiday. Lady Caroline by Indigo Shiner. Thomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Knee Deep Justice was 7-1 in the sprint. First results in. 1-3 exacta, $64.20. 50-cent trifecta, 139, $49.65. With Cringe fourth in the sprint, the 10-cent superfecta. 1397 returned $32.50. The 2 Unbridled Sue was a late scratch, 2 and 8 were the non-runners. 7 ran, muddy track, 112.67 after the 2:10 opener. On to race 2 we go of 10 carded, all main track card in the sprint. Scratch 6 Evil Intentions. No superfecta wagering. Scratch 6 Evil Intentions. Number 5 Closer to the Truth. The jockey will be Sammy Bermudez. Will partner the 4-time winner, Sammy Bermudez, on 5 Closer to the Truth. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a $1 early pick 4. 2:43 post time in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on Knee Deep Justice. All in. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No Proof sharply away. Here's Neon Leon with early interest, and right there toward the inside as Knee Deep Justice has the red sleeves. It's Neon Leon with Joe Ramos. Neon Leon has taken the early lead by 3/4 length from sharp starting No Proof. Knee Deep Justice right there toward the rail. He Be Ready is running in 4th. Nearest the inside, Unbridled Victor in 5th. Cringe on the outside looks to gain, and Rocketing trails here in the Wednesday opener. The opening quarter, muddy track in 23.09 seconds. Neon Leon takes them to 3 furlongs from home. Neon Leon leads by 2 lengths to Knee Deep Justice, who now pursues. On the outside, No Proof, after showing speed, is dropped back with He Be Ready and Cringe on the far outside in 5th. Then comes Unbridled Victor and Rocketing. Past the quarter pole, Knee Deep Justice now with a bid for Felix Ostadio as they straighten up. Into the stretch, Knee Deep Justice and Neon Leon, half mile in 46.65 seconds. It's Neon Leon with the rail. Knee Deep Justice tries to keep a straight path with a 16th left. Then He Be Ready into 3rd. On the outside is Cringe. They're near home. It's Knee Deep Justice kept to the mission. Neon Leon toward the inside. Knee Deep Justice. Knee Deep Justice from Neon Leon in a driving finish. All in. Going in. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 6th race, made in sprint, we now have a late jockey change to announce for the first time in the 6th race. Number 6, Raisinette, will now be ridden by Felix Ostadio. Just won the opener. Add 5 pounds to the program weight. Late jockey change, race 6. Number 6, Raisinette, make the jockey apprentice Felix Ostadio plus 5 pounds.
What an exciting stretch of drive there as we came down to a camera close-up in race number 1, and Tomas Medina and Felix Ostadillo, that apprentice up top with knee-deep Justice, just nabbing Neon Leon on the wire there to take the opener. Decent price to start that early pick 5 there with knee-deep Justice. Now we move on to race number 2, where we will start a $1 pick 4 on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. There is a scratch to the outside. Horse number 6, Evil Intentions. Again, Evil Intentions at 6 is scratched here in race number 2. Coming up in 10 minutes, this is an Indiana bred filly and mare claimant event. Don't see these a lot, but a wide open 75 claimant event for the Indiana bred restricted fillies and mares, and good quality, well matched field. Now just a field of 5, but I think you could probably really make a case for any of the horses in here, and right now all the money's on number 3, Compressed Energy, Randy Klopp. You watch the Wire to Wire show, you'll notice that graphic where he had that 2-win day yesterday. He's atop the trainer standings, I think from a 17 maybe to a 17 win 17 win victories over the second place has 13, but Randy atop the standings off that 2-win day yesterday. Has Compressed Energy in here. I'm going to try to beat him. I'm going to go the inside horse, the Shipper. Number 1, Castle Magic at 2.5 to 1, coming in from Cleveland. Been racing exclusively in Ohio since about this time last year. In fact, a year to the day, the horse hasn't seen state bred competition, and she's rattled off some wins. And in fact, she was a winner last start, but DQ'd for hitting a rival with a whip there in deep stretch. Louis Rivera struck the oncoming quick recovery. For those reasons, she was disqualified and placed second. But she knows how to win. She's a 4-time winner. Really should be 5, but an 18% lifetime winner. She's 63% in the money with those 14 of 22 lifetime starts in the money. And what I like, she owns a win on an off track. Now this track is drying out, so we not get any rain. The wind's blowing. We got a tailwind through the stretch. It's opened up. It's rated muddy right now. But Castle Magic, she likes the mud. She likes the off track. She likes the sprint distances, and she's drawn the inside. And I think she should be forward. Doesn't have to be. Early on in her career, she won. In fact, she won early on in her career wire to wire. But since then, she's had some off the pace wins. But drawing the inside, I think she's going to have to go. She got notable speed rider and Fernando de la Cruz up top. I think with that inside draw, you have to go here. She's 2.5 to 1. Now number 4, Comp, is being left alone in the wagering right now. She's 7 to 1. In fact, the longest shot on the board, and I really like Comp. I think Comp's going to get some pace to chase. Now, I'm just concerned that she may get too far back. If it was a fast service, I would probably have her on top, but being a muddy track, I think she's going to be too far back, probably going to take a lot of stuff in her face, and but she has a right to win this race. She's 7 for 13 in the money, never raced on an off-going, but she certainly raced against some good quality horses in her last start. That 2 other than here, she's beaten by Shanghai Express. That whole field was full of decent horses. In fact, the horse that was second, Molly's Potion, she's a stakes winner. Comp was 3rd. I think Classic Kitten came back and was 4th in a 1X. The next start, she was 4th that day. A couple other horses in the race were stakes place, including Raphael and a couple other ones in that field that ran behind her stakes place. Prior to that, she ran in a starter at Turfway. That's a pretty solid field, won by Doc Sevens for the Steve Manley barn. And she's changed hands a few times, but she tries every time she shows up. I think it's one you cannot leave off your ticket. 7 to 1 is an absolute gift. I would throw her in all my exotic wagers, and if you're playing that Itoba pick 4, you have to use her here in this leg. Now, breaking just to the outside of her is a horse that just won here, number 5, Closer to the Truth, and Closer to the Truth gets a change at jockey. Hitter Sammy Bermudez is currently 5 to 1 on the board. First off the claim here for Clumaco Galindo Torres. They've had one they've claimed already at the meet, came back and won, and this one you'll see in the paddock there with those blue blinkers. Now, this one, not very many times you see a horse win and then off the win have an equipment change. In fact, the old days it hardly ever happened. Nowadays you do see it more, but there's something that Clumaco Galindo Torres must have seen to indicate that he wanted blinkers on this horse and okayed it through the racing officials and was allowed to change off the win. Now, I watched the replay, and this horse broke outwardly a little bit, leaving the starting gate, stalked the pace, split horses up the backside, and turning for home, had her ears back, and in fact, when she won, she had her ears up, going back and forth, and never really wavered or shifted ground through the stretch, but maybe something in the training in the morning. Maybe it's one of those things that just gets her to relax. I don't know, but she gets the blinkers on today, changing off the wins. I'm still going to use her. I don't know why that is. I'd like to know, but I'm going to use her anyway. In this one, she did rally from off the pace last start, like I mentioned, but was claimed out of that winning effort from the John Herron barn, who's currently sitting in third in the standings. Now, like I said, change of jockey here, late jockey change to Sammy Bermudez. But this one, I think with the addition of blinkers, should be a little more forward. I don't see a whole lot of speed in the race. The one's probably got to go. The two with Rodney Ago, Compressed Energy back against Indiana Breds herself should show speed, but Closer to Truth is going to get some pace to chase. I don't know how far she'll be back without those blinkers and with the addition of those blinkers today, but 4.5 to 1 as we speak here. But I think Castle Magic, it's her race to win or lose. She's breaking from the inside stall, returns to see Sate Bred, something she hasn't seen in nearly a year, but she's beaten open company, and for a hard knocking claimer, that's generally tough to do for these, $5,075, $10,000 Indiana bred fillies when they go out of town. They're usually up against it, but this one has held her own. In fact, she's beat up on them a couple of times, and from that inside stall is going to get hustled out of the gate, and I like her. I think she's going to be, a little better price. I think the money's going to continue to come in on number 3, Compressed Energy, but I like Castle Magic coming back against Indiana Breds. Bob Gorham, longtime conditioner here, knows his way to the winner's circle, and I'm going to give him a slight edge here in this opening leg of the $1 pick 4, the $1 pick 4 in races 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to go 1, 4, 5, but if I'm betting that race, that wager, I'm going to use all 3 of them here because I think any one of them have a license to win. And if you can get by Compressed Energy and beat that one at 9 to 5, I think with that dollar base bet, you can blow up and get healthily rewarded here. As comp, one I'm using is 9 to 2 and Closer to the Truth at 7 to 2. I think both those are projected to go off around 5 or 6 to 1. So it's 1, 4, 5, any of those 3 for me here in the pick 4 that starts here in just a few minutes. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track now for the second race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 5. 5 mares run, scratch 6, Evil Intentions. No superfecta wagering, scratch the 6, Evil Intentions. Number 5, Closer to the Truth, the jockey Sammy Bermudez. She's a 4-time winner, Closer to the Truth. Sammy Bermudez rides the 5. Exacted trifecta, double pick 3, starts with a $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card, nearing post time. Bald Eagle back here at the track in the Hoosier State with less than 1 minute to post time. Distaff Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off here. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Fernando de la Cruz with Castle Magic, the first mare into the starting gate. Rodney Prescott with All About the Image. Castle Magic here, the 6-5 favorite. 3-1 Compressed Energy and Closer to the Truth. All About the Image joined Castle Magic. Now Luis Contreras with Compressed Energy. Final 2, Santo Sanjor, Comp to post 4. One more, Sammy Bermudez with Closer to the Truth. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis, muddy track all in. And they're off. Compressed Energy missed it. Compressed Energy was last to go. Closer to the Truth. Smartly away for Sammy Bermudez. Nearest the inside, here's Castle Magic now, making a dash for it for Fernando de la Cruz. They're tracked by Comp running in third. All About the Image, and on the far outside, Compressed Energy with a wider angle of attack as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Closer to the Truth. Castle Magic with a purple cap right there inside the leader's quarters, heading toward the far turn. Length and a half to All About the Image. Compressed Energy on the far outside, and Comp trails the quintet with 23 wins between them and just over 3 furlongs to go. The quarter 23.25 seconds. Closer to the Truth. All About the Image is now gearing up for Rodney Prescott, and here's All About the Image, who looks to gain coming toward the quarter pole. Then on the outside, Compressed Energy. Nearest the inside, Castle Magic is under pressure, and Comp is last. These mares turn for home, half mile, 46.54 seconds. Closer to the Truth, a furlong away. Castle Magic tries to kick. On the outside, All About the Image looks to be one pace now. Closer to the Truth clings on. Gamely Castle Magic, All About the Image. And then nearest the inside is Comp, now fourth. They're close to home. Closer to the Truth and Castle Magic game. Castle Magic. Castle Magic for Fernando de la Cruz in a battling finish with Closer to the Truth. All About the Image back in third. 112.56 after the mare's sprint. 112.56. It is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. One 5-2-4. One Castle Magic. Gamely at 2-1 first. 5 Closer to the Truth at 5-2 denied. 2 All About the Image at 7-1 third. There was no superfecta. The 4 Comp ran fourth. Fernando de la Cruz for Bob and Marion Gorham. Palas Marilus Mare. Castle Magic at 2-1. The result of the second race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 1 Castle Magic. Gamely to victory under the hands of Fernando de la Cruz. Castle Magic is a 5-year-old bay mare by Palas Malice. Out of the Midnight Loot mare, Prettier Every Day. The now 5-time winner was bred here in the Hoosier State. Bob Gorham trains for Marion Gorham. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Castle Magic taking out the mare's sprint. $1.5 Exacta, $21.60. All About the Image third. 50-cent trifecta, 142, $23.15. The 1 and 1 double combining Knee Deep Justice with Castle Magic, $89.80. There was no superfecta wagering featured. 5 ran, 112.56. In the third, the mile. Scratch 3 classically and 6 east from west. Scratch 3 in the 6. No superfecta wagering here on the mile. No superfecta. 2 Odorico, the jockey Joe Ramos. On 2 Odorico. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:14. And they're off. Compressed Energy missed it. Compressed Energy was last to go. Closer to the Truth. Smartly away for Sammy Bermudez. Nearest the inside, here's Castle Magic now, making a dash for it for Fernando de la Cruz. They're tracked by Comp running in third. All About the Image. And on the far outside, Compressed Energy with a wider angle of attack as they make this run toward the half-mile pole closer to the Truth. Castle Magic with a purple cap right there inside the leader's quarters, heading toward the far turn. Length and a half to All About the Image. Compressed Energy on the far outside. And Comp trails the quintet with 23 wins between them and just over 3 furlongs to go. The quarter 23.25 seconds closer to the Truth. All About the Image is now gearing up for Rodney Prescott. And here's All About the Image, who looks to gain coming toward the quarter pole. Then on the outside, Compressed Energy nearest the inside. Castle Magic is under pressure, and Comp is last. These mares turn for home, half mile, 46.54 seconds, closer to the truth, a furlong away. Castle Magic tries to kick. On the outside, All About the Image looks to be one pace now, closer to the truth, clings on. Gamely Castle Magic, All About the Image, and then nearest the inside is Comp, now fourth. They're close to home, closer to the truth, and Castle Magic game, Castle Magic. Castle Magic for Fernando de la Cruz in a battling finish with closer to the
Road to Champions Day this year is a brand new contest that will start April 29th and go until October 30th. It's a win, place, show contest every thoroughbred racing day only. That's 100 days of competition. There's $500 in monthly prizes. There's $7,000 for the grand prize, including $3,000 to the winner, plus 2 NHC seats. There's a lot more information, so please go to roadtochampionsday.com for more information. Good luck.
Well, top of the lane, it looked like we were going to get one of the longer shots of our picks up to start that $1 pick four, but what a gritty performance by Castle Magic, who dropped back to fourth and resurged a victory up the inside to get up for Bob Gorham and Fernando De La Cruz, owned by Marion Gorham. Castle Magic now a 5-time winner from 23 starts to take race number 2. As we move on to race number 3, does start another rolling pick 3. We do have a couple of scratches in here. Numbers 3 and 6 are out. Number 3 classically, and number 6 East from West. Both of those are out, and both of those look like the two horses to bet in here. And with the defection of that, we're down to just a field of 5 in here for race number 3. And right now, all the money is on number 5. Get Away With It at 6-5, coming in from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Archie bred off that recent maiden breaking score in start number 15. Currently 6-5, down from those 5-1 odds. But you expect all these odds to come down, losing a 5-2 and a 3-1. That's probably somewhere around half of the line for this race, 7-horse field. The line's probably about, with the takeout, I'd say somewhere around 124 points, 123 points, and that's about 60 points of the line with those two out. So a lot of these horses, odds will come down, obviously. I think Get Away With It, you see being saddled there by Rigo. That's the top assistant for Cipriano Contreras, putting a saddle on here. Manny Esquivel will get the return call. Now, this one was a maiden break-in winner last start at Oaklawn down in Arkansas on April 26th. Now, I've been racing the sprint distances the last few times and did break the maiden that time. Now, it took 14 starts to get the maiden. The horse has broke the maiden and won nearly $55,000. But the last time the horse ran in a route race, it was a 20,000 open claimer back on February 3rd against Open Company was 6th. Ran okay, but that was a really good field that day and did have a troubled line, did have an awkward beginning and a little bit of trouble in that race. But the horse's best race probably on its form to me was a race last year on April 14th where it raced a mile in that maiden 20 and rallied from 5th, was 2nd, just beaten. And so I don't think the horse, I have no reservations about the horse stretching out to the route of ground. When Cipriano does that, he wins it 23% of the time. So he's normally around a 20-21% trainer anyway. But with that angle, Get Away With It. I think it's going to have some pace to chase in here. I think Odorico should, if it jumps well, should go. And the horse I'm going to use breaking into the stall inside of number 5, Get Away With It, is number 4, Meadow Value. Now, I think Meadow Value is the one that he will give him the most pace to chase. I think the horse stretching out with Fernando up front will have to go. And should that one break well, that 5-year-old son of Long On Value should be forward. The horse is 8-1 morning line down to 3-1. We spoke of those scratches, but this one goes from a apprentice rider in most of every start for the last 7 or 8 starts. Going back to when he had Abel Cedillo on the horse back in February. But since then, it's had a bug boy, an apprentice, an inexperienced rider. Now gets the services of the all-time leading rider here in Fernando de la Cruz. I think that's a big upside. And I do like this horse's chances on this off-going. You notice the track has been upgraded to a good surface now. But Long On Value's progeny wins 27% of the time on a wet surface. Now, that's from a fairly okay sample size of 40 starters. 40 starters with 11 wins. Long On Value, of course, grade 1 winner, short on the turf, also multiple graded stake winner, going long on the turf, and did have some good races and stakes events on the dirt as well. Of course, that one was trained by Bill Mott, also Brad Cox. But this one's Dam Sire, Meadow Lake. Its offspring wins it 16% of the time. So the horse has a pedigree to take to the off track. And you'll see this one has had 3 starts on an off track, never missed the board, been 1, 2, 3. So it's one I got to use on my ticket. I think the horse is going to be forward, and if left alone, could be dangerous here in the 3rd. Now down to the inside, Cole Boss will break from the inside. Marcelino Pedroza has the call for Greg Foley. Now this one took 24 starts to break the maiden last start at Turfway, but did run very well, decent field that day, but it tries every time. Another one that's a consistent sort, 9 for 24 in the money, and its win came at this distance today of a mile, 5 for 8 in the money. As you see, Vicky Foley there, tightening the girth there on number 1, Cole Boss. Vicky, of course, a longtime trainer here, subbing in as the assistant for her brother Greg, and Marcelino Pedroza, multiple champion jockey here, has the call. This one has a 63 buyer in the last start, breaking the maiden, and that is par for winning this type of race here. So I would probably use Cole Boss in my multi-leg race wagers there as well. But I think he may be left with a little too much to do, drawing that inside. The speed's going to get away from him, and if he can save any ground, maybe, but I think he's probably going to get the worst of trips down there. So for those reasons, I'm going to use number 5, Get Away With It, as we have 6 minutes to post here. Look like we're going to give him another round. We'll probably get riders up orders from Brandy Bell, but race number 3 does start another rolling double and a rolling pick 3 as we progress on. Race number 4 coming up, of course, at Late Fire 5 starts there, and race number 4, then the Itoba, $1 pick 4, race 5. A lot of good betting opportunities still here to go. Short price, 3 to 5, better than a long face. Number 5, Get Away With It. I'm going to go with my top pick. Good luck.
The horse is stepping onto the track for the third race, this over the mile. Aim field of 5. Scratch 3 classically and 6 east from west. No superfecta wagering. Scratch 3 and 6. Number 2, Odorico, the jockey Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides the 2, Odorico. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3. Main track now upgraded from muddy to good. All main track card. Main track good, 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Cole Boss. Joe Ramos. Partners Odorico. Odorico has joined Cole Boss, now Meadow Value. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double on the card. Knee Deep Justice and Game Castle Magic, our first two sprint winners. Meadow Value's gone all in. Get away with it, 2-1 favorite. 5-2 Meadow Value and Cole Boss. Manny Esquivel get away with it. One more, Evan Roman, Foxy Boxy, making his 5-year-old seasonal bow over the mile. Main track here upgraded from muddy to good. They're in the gate. They're off. Meadow Value broke sharp. Nearest the inside, Cole Boss with Odorico. Get away with it in a blue cap, and Foxy Boxy as they make their way into the first turn, being led by Meadow Value. Meadow Value to the front here for Fernando de la Cruz. Nearest the inside is Cole Boss right off the leader's heels. Odorico, get away with it. Foxy Boxy at the 6.5. Meadow Value leads. An easy early lead attained here by Meadow Value. Meadow Value dictates terms by 3/4 length to Odorico, who's right there for Joe Ramos in between horses. Manny Esquivel and Get Away With It is 3 deep uncovered, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Cole Boss up the inside trail, racing only 2 lengths off this leader. Meadow Value, who's the overall leader for the run to the half-mile pole, and with Evan Roman, Foxy Boxy trails the 5. The opening quarter in 24.54 seconds. Meadow Value leads the mile. Going past the half mile, Meadow Value, Odorico, Get Away With It, Cole Boss, and Foxy Boxy. The order run changed. After a half mile in 48.39 seconds, they round the far turn with Fernando. Meadow Value, but now with inside 3 to go as Get Away With It now takes up the pursuit for Manny Esquivel. It's Meadow Value, Get Away With It, Odorico toward the inside. Cole Boss is 6 lengths off the leader. Meadow Value past the quarter pole, and Foxy Boxy being ridden to gain. They straighten away. Meadow Value, Odorico, Get Away With It. Cole Boss tips to an outside path, but is under pressure, and Foxy Boxy yet to pick up 3/4 for the longtime leader. 1 minute 13.63 seconds, and Meadow Value's looking sharp. Meadow Value has widened on Odorico. Meadow Value putting a big margin on them with Fernando de la Cruz. Meadow Value's victory. Meadows Value's victory. Well clear, won by 10. Odorico holds Cole Boss for the runner-up spot. Foxy Boxy and Get Away With It tailed off. 140.59 after the mile. 4-2-1-7-4 Meadow Value. 8-5 first. 2 Odorico. 5-2 second. 1 Cold Boss third. 7 Foxy Boxy fourth. There was no superfecta featured. 4-2-1 for the trifecta. Fernando de la Cruz. Quickfire doubled on the card. Castle Magic in the sprint. Meadow Value in the mile. At 8-5. Meadow Value for Michelle Elliott Racing. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 4 Meadow Value, riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. Wins back-to-back. Meadow Value is a 5-year-old, big yelling by Long On Value at a valid Meadow by Meadow Lake. This Florida-bred racing for Michelle Elliott's Elliott Racing LLC. Meadow Value, official, wire-to-wire. Paid 8-5 in the mile. The 4-2 Exacta returned $15 even. 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-1, $9.10. The 1-4 Fernando de la Cruz double, combining Castle Magic with Meadow Value. 1-4 double, $34.80. There was no superfecta featured on the mile. First pick 3 on the card. 50-cent pick 3 returned $102.75. 3 and 6 were the non-runners. In the mile, the favorite, first. 5 ran, good track. 140.59 after the running of race 3. Fourth race ahead in 21 minutes time. In the starter sprint, scratch 6 Doro's Wish. 6 Doro's Wish has been scratched, no rider changes. The 3 Do You Want to Dance? 2 pounds over the assigned program weight. Exacta trifecta, here the superfecta. Double pick 3, sprint starts the 50-cent lead, pick 5 and an all main track card. Main track good if you're just joining. 3:45 post time. They're in the gate. They're off. Meadow Value broke sharp. Nearest the inside, Cold Boss with Odorico. Get away with it in a blue cap, and Foxy Boxy as they make their way into the first turn, being led by Meadow Value. Meadow Value to the front here for Fernando de la Cruz. Nearest the inside is Cold Boss right off the leader's heels. Odorico, get away with it. Foxy Boxy at the 6.5. Meadow Value leads. An easy early lead attained here by Meadow Value. Meadow Value dictates terms by 3/4 length to Odorico, who's right there for Joe Ramos in between horses. Manny Esquivel and Get Away With It is 3 deep uncovered, with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Cold Boss up the inside trail, racing only 2 lengths off this leader, Meadow Value, who's the overall leader for the run to the half-mile pole, and with Evan Roman, Foxy Boxy trails the 5. The opening quarter in 24.54 seconds. Meadow Value leads the mile. Going past the half mile, Meadow Value, Odorico, Get Away With It, Cold Boss, and Foxy Boxy. The order unchanged. After a half mile in 48.39 seconds, they round the far turn with Fernando. Meadow Value, but now with inside 3 to go as Get Away With It now takes up the pursuit for Manny Esquivel. It's Meadow Value, Get Away With It, Odorico toward the inside. Cold Boss is 6 lengths off the leader. Meadow Value past the quarter pole, and Foxy Boxy being ridden to gain. They straighten away. Meadow Value, Odorico, Get Away With It. Cold Boss tips to an outside path but is under pressure, and Foxy Boxy yet to pick up 3/4 for the longtime leader. 1 minute 13.63 seconds, and Meadow Value's looking sharp. Meadow Value has widened on Odorico. Meadow Value putting a big margin on them with Fernando de la Cruz. Meadow values victory. Meadows values victory. Well clear, won by 10. Odorico holds Cold Boss for the runner-up spot. Foxy Boxy and Get Away With It. They're in the gate.
30% of the card is down, 70% still to go. 11 minutes away from race number 4. Kicks off that late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. The lowest takeout in the entire country at this point on a good main track. We've been upgraded. Started the day sloppy, then muddy, now on a good main track. Do scratch number 6, Dioro's Wish, out of this event as we take a look at this field of 6, set to go 6 furlongs in here. And we've got a win machine on our hands in Cupid's Runaway. An impressive 7 wins from 8 races last year, and this year already has tasted defeat once. However, Dioro's Wish scratched out of this event, so we will not get a rematch from that April 29th duel in which they were 2 lengths clear from Do You Want to Dance. But Cupid's Runaway and Dioro's Wish certainly put on a show just a couple of weeks ago, and unfortunately for bettors and horse lovers, we will not get the rematch. But Cupid's Runaway, a 5-year-old who simply loves to win. Many times last year I doubted this horse, and unfortunately Cupid's Runaway just kept returning to the winner's circle and is a great horse to own, not only because he wins, but they were in $5,000 claiming last year and no one dropped a slip, making them eligible for a ton of different starter allowances. Bet down to 1-5 last time out. I expect similar today. Currently on the board at 3-5, and there's just no other speed in here aside from the 2, and I don't know who's going to run with Cupid's Runaway early. Manuelito, despite what you may see that October 15th race, the majority of his races have come from well off the pace. Jova doesn't necessarily show the speed of his younger years. Do You Want to Dance wants some pace to chase. Maybe Who's for Justice, the 6-year-old whose second start off a 2-year layoff, can keep Cupid's Runaway some company early, but I do think it's Luis Contreras on the front end and likely at the wire as well. 3-5 right now on Cupid's Runaway, the good-looking chestnut, who is a win machine looking for an impressive 10 out of 13 in here. We'll see if Randy Klopp can keep that win streak alive, and he's looking good to do so, pushing the percentage upwards of 30% as Contreras trying to keep that going in the right direction for your heavily backed favorite. But Manuelito projects to be the main foe in here. Manny Esquivel doesn't ride for anybody. When he picks up a mount, you better pay attention, and he's going to ride for Adam Gertison in here, who owns and trains this 7-year-old. Claim for $10,000 in November 11th. And when you claim a horse, regardless of the claiming price, I don't know many times that there's a plan to lay off for 6 months. So claim last year near the end of the season, they do come back against state-bred competition. So maybe the plan all along was to lay off and come back and run. They do run in a protected spot for Manuelito, number 5 at 5-1, who is a 6-time winner and making start number 50 today for the old war horse, who has certainly paid his way throughout the last couple of years. $360,000 in career earnings for Manuelito. He showed a new dimension on October 15th. He actually showed a ton of speed. I'm curious to see if he's going to try and keep the 4 company on the front end early. Many races recently, over the last 2 or 3 years, he's come from off the pace. He does like to dive down to the inside as well and run right up the rail and try and nail him late. Unfortunately for him, his running style hasn't always been conducive to a ton of success. He is reliant on pace. He's got 19 second and third place finishes, but Adam Gertison saw something he liked, claimed this for himself 6 months ago, and now they will get an opportunity to see how their claim turns out. It's been a long time coming for Manuelito, but the Indiana bred making start number 50 and welcome him back to the races. We'll see if he can do it in a winning way with Manny Esquivel aboard, 5-1 on the board. But the 3 is Do You Want to Dance? This one had to be disappointed when Dioro's Wish scratched out, because Do You Want to Dance likes to have some pace to chase and likes to make one run. If they do go quick on the front end, if the 2 and the 4 hook up, my guess is Do You Want to Dance and Rewards Racing are going to be sitting just in that second flight right behind the top 2, and they will get first run. You do get a 10-pound weight break in here for Do You Want to Dance. Second start off the layoff. Maybe you can draw a line through that last race. Hasn't really ever raced on slop, so could be a little bit the form could be a little bit muddied, considering last year they were at the end of a long, tenuous meet where they had won 2 races in a row, maybe went off form near the end of the meet, starts 10-11 on the year, come back in a sloppy race. Do You Want to Dance in with a big chance and an overlay in here, certainly being overlooked, did loom large from off the pace at the top of the lane, but ultimately ended up flattening. Not sure if the horse was fully fit, fully cranked, ready to go, and it also could have been a sloppy racetrack that caused the flattening to occur with Do You Want to Dance. But let's take a look at this late Fire 5. We kick it off just 6 minutes from now. I'm not going to get creative in here. I'm going to single Cupid's Runaway, as many people are, single and move along. Now, if you're looking to get a bundle full of cash, my recommendation would be to try and throw off Cupid's Runaway and maybe use just the 3 and the 5. I'm going to do that tactic in race number 5. I'm going to throw off the heavily backed number 12 and try and beat it this way. Momentario is going to be a single on many people's tickets, 7-2 for Steve Asmussen and Keith Asmussen, a horse who's been running at Oaklawn Park and just hasn't shown a ton of heart, a ton of fight, a ton of tenacity, and so I'm going to try and beat that favorite in race number 5, hopefully create some value there. We've got a second-time starter single in race number 6 that I think looks good to improve. Any improvement will make Tiger Jumper a winner in a winner in the 6th race. But the rider's getting a leg up, a small but intriguing field. We'll see if the winning can continue for the 4. If not, we may be looking at bombs away to kick off today's late Fire 5 on a Wednesday at the Shoe.
Stepping onto the track for the 4th race. Starter sprint here over the 6 furlongs. A field of 6. Number 6, Doro's Wish, has been withdrawn from the sprint. Scratch the 6, no rider changes. Number 3, Do You Want to Dance, 2 pounds over. Exacted Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent. Late pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track good, 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starter sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Main track good. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this starter sprint, Rogelio Miranda with Load 'em Up Justice. Now Mitch Morrill, Who's for Justice, joins Load 'em Up Justice. Cesar Orantes with Do You Wanna Dance? Main track good. 1-2 favorite. Cupid's Runaway. Luis Contreras on the 9-time winner for Randy Klopp. Cupid's Runaway went in well, a couple of them back. Manny Escobar with Manuelito. One more. Joseph Belmer with Hova. Good track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track card for the late pick 5, starting here with a starter sprint. 19-1 odds on Hova. Cupid's Runaway, 1-2 favorite. All in line. They're off. Off to an even start. Who's for Justice strides away. Cupid's Runaway in the red cap is right there too. Manuelito with Load 'em Up Justice, Do You Wanna Dance? And Hova has drifted back to last. It's Who's for Justice with Mitchell Morrill. Who's for Justice has the speed to lead. Cupid's Runaway, who's right there close up for Luis Contreras, making us dash past the half-mile pole. 2 lengths away to Manuelito, 2 more to Load 'em Up Justice, another couple more to Do You Wanna Dance, and out wide, Hova still trails the sextet. The opening quarter in 22.81 seconds as they round the far turn. Who's for Justice? Cupid's Runaway poised outside the leader's quarters as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Here's Cupid's Runaway now. Even terms with Who's for Justice. Manuelito will straighten away in third. Do You Want to Dance? Nearest the inside, Load 'em Up Justice and Hova has trailed. They're homeward bound. Who's for Justice and Cupid's Runaway. The half mile in 46.20 seconds, and Cupid's Runaway has taken the advantage now from Who's for Justice in the furlong rounds. Manuelito and Do You Want to Dance running in fourth with Luis Contreras. It's Cupid's Runaway back to his winning ways. Cupid's Runaway for a 10th time was second to none. Beats Who's for Justice by 3. Manuelito third. Do You Want to Dance finished fourth. Four, 2, 5, 3, 4. Cupid's Runaway at 1 to 5 first. 2, Who's for Justice. 7 to 1 second. 5, Manuelito. At 5 to 1 third, and 3, Do You Want to Dance. At 8 to 1 rounds out the frame. Cupid's Runaway. Now a 10-time winner. Luis Contreras for Randy Klopp and Reese Ranch. Son of Cupid at 1 to 5. Race 4 official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle here yet again. Cupid's Runaway with Luis Contreras. Number 4, Cupid's Runaway is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Cupid. The Bowman's Band mare running from Rosie. Randy Klopp trains for Indiana breeder and owner Dennis Reese's Ranch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the now 10-time winner for Reese Ranch, Cupid's Runaway. Paid 1 to 5 favorite. Forward to Exacta. After the starter sprint, $9.20. 50-cent trifecta, 425. Paid $5.70. 50-cent pick 3, covered races 2, 3, and 4. That winning result pays out $10.60. 4-4 double, $7.40. With Do You Want to Dance fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 4253, returning $1.79. 6 was a non-runner, favorite first for a 10th time. 6 ran in the starter. Good track, 111.12. On to race 5 we go. One of those taken off the turf course here today. Well, main track card. 5th race, a maiden mile. Track good. Scratch 1, She's a Dragon Lady. 3, Tektronic. 4, Temple City Magic. 6, Miss Monroe County has been withdrawn. Scratch 13, West Maple. The 14, Beto's Birdie. And 15, Baytown Storm. There'll be no $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. All main track card. Thus no All Turf Pick 3. No rider changes. Number 2, Night Cry. 3 pounds over the assigned program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The maiden mile starts another rolling double. Rolling pick 3. Starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Post time in 21 minutes at 4:17. They're off. Off to an even start. Who's for Justice strides away. Cupid's Runaway in the red cap is right there too. Manuelito with Load 'em Up Justice, Do You Want to Dance? And Hova has drifted back to last. It's Who's for Justice with Mitchell Murrell. Who's for Justice has the speed to lead. Cupid's Runaway, who's right there close up for Luis Contreras, making this dash past the half-mile pole. 2 lengths away to Manuelito, 2 more to Load 'em Up Justice, another couple more to Do You Want to Dance, and out wide, Hoa still trails the Sextet. The opening quarter in 22.81 seconds as they round the far turn. Who's for Justice? Cupid's Runaway poised outside the leader's quarters as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Here's Cupid's Runaway now. Even terms with Who's for Justice. Manuelito will straighten away in third. Do You Want to Dance? Here's the inside Load 'em Up Justice, and Hova has trailed. They're homeward bound. Who's for Justice and Cupid's Runaway. The half mile in 46.20 seconds, and Cupid's Runaway has taken the advantage now from Who's for Justice in the furlong rounds. Manuelito and Do You Want to Dance running in fourth with Luis Contreras. It's Cupid's Runaway back to his winning ways. Cupid's Runaway for a 10th time was second to none. Beats Who's for Justice by 3. Manuelito third. Do You Want to Dance? Finished fourth.
Aquí la Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Well, you heard John G. Dooley say it. Cupid's runaway back to his winning ways, and winning ways indeed. A now 10-time winner from 13 starts, his second of the meet. Randy Klopp strikes again. Cupid's runaway. It's very rare you see a horse win machine like him, but he certainly has been a ATM machine for the Klopp barn and the connections. Now we move on to race number 5. Race number 5 in 10 minutes. A slew of scratches take out the 1, 3, 4, 6, and then AE's 13, 14, and 15. Early money coming in on the 8 Extreme Dream. This one owned by Chin and Eccles for Chaz Retchie, 6-5. Now opened up even shorter than that. The horse I'm going to use, I expect to be that price when it's all said and done. That's number 12, Momentario, currently 2.5 to 1. Wish you could lock those odds in right now because I think this horse is going to probably be even money or less when it's all said and done. This is a son of Preakness winner Wara Will. She's out of a Tappet mare, and this one is taking a big drop in class for the nation's all-time leading trainer in Steve Asmussen. Son Keith has the call here. Exits a 5th place finish, beating just 11 lengths where prompted the pace over a off-going down in Hot Springs, and takes the dip in here to the 12-5. Was probably hoping for the turf, but the horse has shown an affinity for it. Runs okay on the dirt. Been facing stiff company. 3 restricted straight maidens. The opening one being at Churchill, where took a little bit of money, went off 9 to 1 that day, and and showed speed before fading. Now this one got the addition of Lasix last time for the first time when making the second start as a sophomore, and looks the part in the paddock, and certainly is getting some major class relief in here as you see Momentario walking there right now, 2.5 to 1. Again, she breaks from the outside, but I think she will be forward. I don't think she's gonna with that run into the turn there at this mile distance being taken off the turf on the good surface. I don't think we'll get parked out too wide. Has the speed to lead. The horses directly inside of her, I don't think have much speed at all. So shouldn't lose too much ground in the run the first turn. I expect her to be forward and get paid here in start number 5 on the drop-in class. And 5 to 2 is a very, very big price on this Daughter of War of Will. Now right to her inside is another one coming in from Hot Springs, and this one trained by Shannon McGovern, and Rodney Prescott has the call. That's number 11, currently 9 to 1, heir to a throne, and this one exits a similar event as my top pick in a $50,000 claimer at Oaklawn on May 1st, where had raced a mile and was 7th, beaten 9 lengths. Kind of an okay race, but the horses never really got out of the starting gate yet. Was broke slow last start. The time before had a very awkward and slow beginning, but did run on well on debut. Was 3rd, beaten 7 lengths. Now those 2 starts taking nothing away from her, but had an apprentice aboard. Now you get Indiana's own Rodney Prescott, native of Jay County, who's probably ridden over 32,000 horses in his career, and probably somewhere around 4,300 wins. A very, very capable rider here. Shannon McGovern's go-to jockey here. You get an 8 to 1 on a horse that was beaten 7 lengths for 12.5 on debut at Oaklawn, and then they thought enough of that performance to put her in for the 50. Now she did fare okay, was 7th, only beaten 9 lengths, and got a decent number coming out of that race. And this is one I think you should use on every ticket. I expect her to improve landing here locally and taking that drop in class and getting a positive jockey change here in Hot Rod there on the 11. Now, for 3rd, I was kind of shopping after those 2. I end up going with number 5, My Amy. Comes from a very good barn, does My Amy. My Amy trained by Mike Maker and gets the leading jockey, Joe Ramos, and you're getting 9 to 2 right now on a horse that they gave $90,000 for as a yearling back in the Keeneland January of All Ages sale in 2022. This one got a 45 buyer on debut there, probably I think the 2nd highest buyer in the race. Munnings Offspring likes the off-going. Track still listed as good, and I think if Maker still didn't think there was something left of this filly, she'd probably be in for the lowest level that you can run on the bottom. But 12.5 stretching out. Munnings are okay on the route of ground, has a little sprint on the bottom side, but Miami I think is another one that should be for. Joe Ramos has the call here on Miami, and like I said, getting left alone at the board right now, 4.5 to 1, and this one coming in from South Florida. Now May 4th was that start, and that was on the synthetic. Going 5.5, gets to the dirt. Looks like it has a decent series of work patterns over the dirt, and it's one you definitely got to use, not very often. You get Mike Maker at 9 to 2 in a claiming race, but that's what we're getting right now as we have just about 6 minutes to post. And race number 5, don't forget, it does start the Itoba $1 pick 4. These wagers have been paying very, very well. I think you'll have a lot more action into this Itoba $1 pick 4 with that short price horse winning the open leg of the pick 5. A lot of people's going to want to come back and get involved and try to get paid here as we got riders up. The horses coming out for race number 5. Don't forget that $1 Itoba pick 4 kicks off here, and I'm all over Steve Asmussen with number 12, Momentario. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 5th race. Here a maiden Fillies mile. Again, this is off the turf. Main track good. The maiden over the mile. Scratch 1, she's a Dragon Lady. 3, Tektronic. 4, Temple City Magic. Take out 6, Miss Monroe County. Scratch 13, West Maple. 14, Beto's Birdie. And the 15, Baytown Storm. The 2, Night Cry, add 3 pounds to the program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. All main track card, there's no all turf pick 3 featured today. No $1 Horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Main track good, 3 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for this maiden Fillies mile. Starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. All main track card, main track good. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile main track start for the maiden fillies. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden fillies mile. Night Cry, Felix Ostudillo won the opener. Evan Roman with Ranch Life. Now Joe Ramos, My Amy coming up. My Amy in. Adam Esquitza partners Scary Proposition. Celio Flacco, Point of Refuge. Mendelssohn filly joins up. Joshua Morales with Extreme Dream. Going in. Rodney Prescott with Heir to a Throne. Ontario, 6-5 favorite. Over the mile, good track here. A little main track card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so stand by, one more. 6-5 favorite, Keith Asmussen. And 4-time started Momentario. Here comes the 5th. All in. And they're off. Extreme Dream broke sharp. Point of Refuge showing early speed to the first turn. Nearest the inside is My Amy, along with Scary Proposition. Across the track as they round the first turn, it's My Amy. My Amy just leads. Scary Proposition. Point of Refuge is up and after the front. And Extreme Dream in the green cap is also forcing this early as they scramble going to the back of the track, where Point of Refuge has taken the lead here for Arcelio Flacco. So Point of Refuge leads after a couple of furlongs from Scary Proposition, Extreme Dream, with on the outside Heir to a Throne in the white cap. And then comes Momentario, who follows her on the far outside, running in 5th. Ranch Life is getting into 6th. My Amy showed speed but is running in 7th, some 6 lengths off these leaders as they go past the half-mile pole, and Night Cry trails the maiden fillies mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, good track, 23.33 seconds. Past the half-mile in 47.48. It's Scary Proposition with Adam Esquitza. Scary Proposition leads by a half length. Extreme Dream looking to get on even terms. Extreme Dream putting this move on Scary Proposition, and Momentario is right there perched, making 3 wide progress now. And here's Momentario, who's picking up as they come toward the top of the stretch. And then comes Ranch Life in 4th. Heir to a Throne is dropped back by Amy with nearest the inside. Night Cry, the one who tailed off after those early efforts, was Point of Refuge, 3/4 in 1:13.90 seconds. It's Extreme Dream. Momentario between fillies. And here's Ranch Life lifting for Evan Roman. Here's the inside. Scary Proposition is dropped back. And then comes Night Cry past the 16th. And it is Ranch Life who's edging away near home. Ranch Life 1 by 2 from Momentario. Extreme Dream 3rd, and then Night Cry in Miami. 141.68 after the maiden Phillies mile. Good track, 141.68 seconds. 9-12-8-2-9. Ranch Life upsets at 20-1. 12 Momentario, 4-5 the runner-up. 8 Extreme Dream at 7-1 third. 2 Night Cry at 18-1 odds, getting into the Superfecta. Good track, 20-1. Ranch Life with Evan Roman on the American Freedom filly. 141.68 unofficial after race 5. Hold all bets. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 9 Ranch Life with Evan Roman. Ranch Life is a 3-year-old. Dark Bear Brown filly by American Freedom. Out of the Malibu Moon mare, summer of 63. Bred in Kentucky. Ranch Life is owned and trained by Michelle DeWahi's Mama Racing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ranch Life out to the maiden fillies ranks. It's official. 9-12 exacta, $117.80. 50-cent trifecta, 9-12-8, $117.85. 4-9 double paid $47.20. Night Cry back in fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 9-12-8-2, $103.35. 50-cent pick 3, $36.05. Results in on the $1 early pick 4. Daily starts on our seconds of the day. $1 early pick 4 pays out on 4-4. $329.10. 50-cent early pick 5. Daily starts on the opener. 5 of 5. After the low 11.99% takeout, $2,188.10. 141.68. Good track after the running of race 5. From the 5th race, number 12, Momentario was claimed. $12,500 claim. Momentario over to new owner and trainer John Herron. Claim Momentario was the runner-up in the maiden. 22 minutes away, race 6. In the maiden sprint, scratch 5, Mickey Valentine. And 10, Pink Picture. Scratch the 5 and number 10. 6, Raisinette. Change the jockey to Felix Ostadio. Claims the apprentice allowance. Add 5 pounds to the Lister program weight. Number 6, Raisinette. The jockey Felix Ostadio plus 5 pounds. Number 1, One Finale. 3 over there. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. 4:50 post time for the maiden sprint. The 5th, all in. And they're off. Extreme Dream broke sharp. Point of Refuge showing early speed to the first turn. Nearest the inside is My Amy, along with Scary Proposition across the track as they round the first turn. It's My Amy. My Amy just leads. Scary Proposition Point of Refuge is up and after the front, and Extreme Dream in the green cap is also forcing this early as they scramble going to the back of the track, where Point of Refuge has taken the lead here for Arcelio Flacco. So Point of Refuge leads after a couple of furlongs from Scary Proposition, Extreme Dream, with on the outside Heir to a Throne in the white cap. And then comes Momentario, who follows her on the far outside, running in 5th. Ranch Life is getting into 6th. My Amy Showed Speed, but is running in 7th, some 6 lengths off these leaders as they go past the half-mile pole, and Night Cry trails the Maiden Fillies Mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, good track, 23.33 seconds. Past the half mile in 47.48. It's Scary Proposition with Adam Beschizza. Scary Proposition leads by a half length. Extreme Dream looking to get on even terms. Extreme Dream putting this move on Scary Proposition, and Momentario is right there perched, making 3 wide progress now. And here's Momentario, who's picking up as they come toward the top of the stretch. And then comes Ranch Life in 4th. Heir to a Throne is dropped back by Amy with nearest the inside. Night Cry, the one who tailed off after those early efforts, was Point of Refuge, 3/4 in 1 minute 13.90 seconds. It's Extreme Dream, Momentario between fillies, and here's Ranch Life lifting for Evan Roman. Here's the inside. Scary Proposition is dropped back, and then comes Night Cry past the 16th, and it is Ranch Life who's edging away near home. Ranch Life 1 by 2 from Momentario. Extreme Dream 3rd, and then Night Cry in Miami.
bombs away in race 5 to kick off that $1 Itoba pick 4 as number 9 Ranch Life strikes at 20-1 for Evan Roman and Michael Duhigg and Mana Racing there to kick off that Itoba pick 4. Now, race 6 coming up on this 10 race card up in just about 11 minutes. There's a couple of scratches in here, notable scratches. Number 5 Mickey Valentine and number 10 Pink Picture. Both of those horses are re-entered here later in the week, and leaves a pretty competitive field, I think. I think there's going to be a single in here on a lot of tickets in that pick 5 and pick 4. It is my top pick right now, the people's pick. That's number 8 Tiger Jumper at 4-5, but I don't necessarily think this 4-year-old daughter Midshipman is a swish. No free space at all, I don't think. I do think if she runs the race that she ran the first time back and improves just a little bit, I do think she can get paid, where last start she was kind of up against it on debut. She was up and after it, was doggedly pressed every jump of the way and looked beaten, and then she resurged and came up the inside, squeezed through a narrow opening. I did like that. She showed some tenacity, she showed some grit, and she did fight on to just lose in a dirty photo. Now, she does have some speed. There's a little bit of speed to her inside, but she's not down inside today. She's breaking from post 7 with that scratch of the 5, so she'll be able to go outside. Now, the only knock, I think, that race, I don't think that race was the toughest of the maiden special weights we've ran at the meeting. I think it was a little bit a weaker field. A couple of those horses, including the 5 that's in here, are back in for a nickel coming up, and I just don't think it was that tough of a race. Now, her performance, I think, was eye-opening for a debut performance. Like I said, should she duplicate that effort, would improve just a little bit. I do think she's going to be awfully tough. Now, she will have some pressure to the inside, and my second choice, drawn to the far outside, number 12, My Strong Heart, I think she'll show speed as well for Lily Gonzalez. Fernando de la Cruz is up top, and a big contrast in prices as number 8 is 4-5, and my second choice, number 12, My Strong Heart, is 8-1 for Lily Gonzalez. And like I said, Fernando de la Cruz already with a couple of wins on the card. This horse last year had some very good performances. Did number 12 Strong Heart, where she was a couple of times second, and on debut she took a little money, was 6, beaten 7 lengths, came back. That was in the slop on debut. It's a lot to ask for a 2-year-old filly, and the racing without Lasix. And she come prompt to the pace, was second, showed some speed, and ran on okay. And if you'll see 3 starts back in September here, she prompted the pace, was second in a really strong field that day. They thought enough of that effort. They wanted to try her in open company, and she ran okay. Was only beaten 5 lengths by open company, meaning she wasn't restricted against only Indiana breds. And that was on the turf. I think they're ultimately looking to get this filly back on the turf, but I think she'll be right in the mix today. She's got a good series of steady progress of works. I probably would like to see her forward here to have the best chance drawn to the outside. She is a good-looking filly in the paddock there. Look at her, 8-1. I think it's a pretty good price here on My Strong Heart. Now, for third, I'm going to go for a price horse indeed. That's a debuting horse who has a change of jockey. That's number 6, Raisinette, currently 22-1. There is a change of rider to apprentice Felix Ostadillo. Again, Mancada is not riding today. Ostadillo picks it up, that apprentice. However, he really won't be getting the apprentice weight because he's 5 pounds over that listed weight of 115. So Raisinette's getting the bug boy with 120 pounds. Now, this one's debuting with Lasix. What I like about this one, Tony Guida does a very good job, him and for his family. They breed a lot of horses. They're stabled down in LaGrange, Kentucky at High Point Farm, and they pop. And when they pop at a price. And this one has a pretty good work. Now, High Point's kind of a deeper track, and when I see a 36-2 at High Point, now albeit out of the gate, that's eye-opening to me. And if you go on down her work pattern on March 20th at High Point, a half out of the gate, 49-2, a half mile, 48 or 49 down there is probably 8 or 10 lengths better than it looks. It's a couple of seconds, that would be, if you can equate it, for 5 lengths a second. But those are some pretty good workouts for this filly. Now, how's she going to take everything? Well, in the paddock, look at her. Luke, she's just rubbing her there. She's standing there like a statue, just taking it all in. A lot of times these fillies get worked up, and on debut, this sophomore daughter is just an absolute pro in the paddock. You're getting 22-1. She obviously well broke. They've obviously took their time with her here, and I like her a lot in here, especially when you're taking a horse that's 4-5, and you're getting this one at 22-1. Now, the mare was a 2-time winner, Rose No Showbiz. Again, like I said, this is a homebred, and I'm going to use her here. I think she's definitely worth a play on debut, as like I said, that family's known to hit, and when they hit at a price. Just trying to throw some prices in here. I wouldn't be surprised if Tiger Jumper won by 15, and I won't be surprised if she gets beat in a photo as well. But, 4 to 5 is a little short price, but if you like them, use them. But I'm going to add some value in behind her with number 12, My Strong Heart, and that debuting number 6, Raisinette, here in race number 6. Race 6 of 10 here with 5 minutes to go. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. This maiden fillies mare sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch 5, Mickey Valentine, and 10, Pink Picture. Scratch the 5 and 10. 6, Raisinette, the jockey Felix Ostadillo, has a win on the card at 5 pounds to the listed program weight. Felix Ostadillo rides 6, Raisinette, plus 5. 1-1 finale is 3 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, maiden sprint with the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta wagering feature, double pick 3, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden filly sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Cesar Orantes with One Finale. Joseph Bilmer with Who Not What coming up. Orlando Mexico, Gold Delight. Tiger Jumper loads, 3-5 favorite. Second here on debut, Mitchell Merrill for Tim Eggleston. Tiger Jumper has joined up. Andres Alo with No Self-Control. Samuel Bermudez, Cloudy Star. Alberto Burgos, here's Swift B. Like Cloudy Star, both for Thomas Medina. Kippy 2. Luis Contreras won the starter sprint with Cupid's Runaway. Raisinette, Felix Ostadillo won the 2:10 opener. At 6 furlongs track here, main stable good. We'll stand by one more. My Strong Heart, Fernando Leto Cruz with a couple of wins on the card. All in mind. The Robin sprinting. My Strong Heart was fast away along with Cloudy Star. Nearest the inside, there's between horses Tiger Jumper in a green cap and No Self-Control, also part of a mad dash. It's Tiger Jumper who has those blue blinkers just ahead. Nearest the inside, No Self-Control now takes back off the pace. Cloudy Star is right there with My Strong Heart across the track, with Raisinette running in 5th. On the outside is Kippy 2 in 6th, but covering a lot of ground. Then comes Gold Delight with, on the outside, Swift B as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. One Finale, the distant is Who Not What. Quarter 22.30 seconds as they round the far turn. Nearest the inside, it's Tiger Jumper, who's vying for the lead with Cloudy Star. As Kippy 2 is coming with a bid, Raisinette is right there too as they close ranks. Nearest the onside, No Self-Control. Gold Delight has a white cap. These maiden fillies turn for home after a half mile. Battle through in 46.86 seconds. Cloudy Star is ahead in front. Cloudy Star, here comes Kippy 2 with a bid. Tiger Jumper tries to rally with Cloudy Star, who clings on past the 16th. No Self-Control, Gold Delight, Raisinette, and One Finale. They're close to home with Samuel Bermudez. It's Cloudy Star. Cloudy Star gets the result by a length and a half to Tiger Jumper Photo with Kippy 2. Then Gold Delight, No Self-Control, Raisinette, One Finale, and Swift B. They were next across the finish. 113.71 after the maiden filly sprint. A 20-1 home. 9 Cloudy Star gets the result. Second photo close. Gold Delight back in fourth. No self-control for a Pentafecta. Maiden fillies has gone to a 20-1. Second asking, Cloudy Star, Sammy Bermudez, Jim Edgar, Martin Coleman homebred. Tomas Medina doubles on the day. Number 8 Tiger Jumper at even money. Holds the second spot safely and nose over 11 Kippy 2 third. 2 Gold Delight fourth and 3 No Self-Control confirmed fifth. Maiden fillies sprint, unofficial, 9-8, 11-2-3, and here's a 20-1. Race 6 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 9 Cloudy Star with Sammy Bermudez. Cloudy Star is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Cloud Computing. Out of Make Her a Star by Make Your Choice. Training double for Tomas Medina. Trains here for Indiana breeders and owners Jim Edgar and Martin Coleman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Cloudy Star out to the maiden ranks at second asking. 9-8 exacta, $130 even. 50-cent trifecta, 9-8-11, $154.25. 9-9 double, $1,170.60. 50-cent pick 3. Covered races 4, 5, and 6. Results on 3 of 3 for $283.05. With Gold Delight fourth in the maiden filly sprint, 9-8-11-2, 10-cent superfecta, paid $121.66. With No Self-Control fifth, the 10-cent Pentafecta, 9-8-11-2-3, pays out for $369.90. And the maiden, the 5 and 10 were non-runners. Favorite second, 10 ran, 113.71. We turn the page. 20 minutes away from race 7, one of those taken off the course here today. Main track remains labeled good. Race 7, note the distance, 1 mile, 70 yards. Main track. Scratch 1, Pretty on the Prairie. 2, Castagna. Take out 5, Sweet Enchantment. 9, Mo Ice for the Lady. Scratch 11, Title Tactics. 12, Bingo Baby. 13, Texas Hottie. The 14, Beat It, and 15, Eastern Sunrise. Scratch 1, 2, 5, 9, 11 through number 15, all have been withdrawn. Number 7, Bonita Song, a jockey change to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 7, Bonita Song. Race 7 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured. Double, pick 3. Post time 5:21. Ball in line. The Robin sprinting. My Strong Heart was fast away, along with Cloudy Star. Nearest the inside, there's between horses Tiger Jumper in a green cap and No Self-Control, also part of a mad dash. It's Tiger Jumper who has those blue blinkers just ahead. Nearest the inside, No Self-Control now takes back off the pace. Cloudy Star is right there with My Strong Heart across the track, with Raisinette running in fifth. On the outside is Skippy 2 in sixth, but covering a lot of ground. Then comes Gold Delight with, on the outside, Swift B as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. One finale, the distant is Who Not What. Quarter 22.30 seconds as they round the far turn. Nearest the inside, it's Tiger Jumper, who's vying for the lead with Cloudy Star. As Kippy 2 is coming with a bid, Raisinette is right there too as they close ranks. Nearest the onside, No Self-Control. Gold Delight has a white cap. These maiden fillies turn for home after a half mile. Battle through in 46.86 seconds. Cloudy Star is ahead in front. Cloudy Star, here comes Kippy 2 with a bid. Tiger Jumper tries to rally with Cloudy Star, who clings on past the 16th. No Self-Control, Gold Delight, Raisinette, and One Finale. They're close to home with Simra Bermudez. It's Cloudy Star. Cloudy Star gets the result by a length and a half to Tiger Jumper Photo with Kippy 2. Then Gold Delight, No Self-Control, Raisinette, One Finale. All in line. The Robin sprint.
back-to-back, bang, bang, 20-1s home to score. Who says you can't find long shots when we're off the turf? We may have had plenty of horses scratch. However, long shots have come home to roost here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You've got 2 20-1s if you're still alive in that late flyer 5 or the Itoba pick 4. Certainly wish you the best of luck closing it out. We could be looking at potentially our second carryover of the week on a day that we've been washed off the turf thus far. 10 minutes away from race number 7. Scratch 1, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the deuce as well. The 2 was a late scratch, not on the original list as well. So do note Castanog is out of this non-winners of 2, going 1 mile and 70 yards. And this is what Cipriano Contreras likes to do. Claim elsewhere, come to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and pick up his paycheck. Now this year, early in the season, it hasn't worked out how he anticipated. He's 1 for 10, but again, very early in the season, he does have 6 second and third place finishes. So he's finished in the money in 70% of his races. They have made their fair share by many lengths, but Manny Esquivel going to be riding in here for Cipriano Contreras, a jockey-trainer combination that wins at 20% with a gaudy ROI of $1.78. This one was claimed for $30,000, though. The 5-year-old mare has tried a $50,000 claimer, 30, 15. She's made her way down the claiming ranks. She makes her way to Horseshoe Indianapolis. She hasn't been seen since March. She's been freshened up, and there's not much to write home about since that claim. She is a horse who's never really had good gate speed. She's always lingered near the back of the pack. When she had her success was when she was a popular claiming item coming from off the pace. Now today she gets a race scratched off the turf. Not a lot of speed in here. She'll need some things to go her way, but I'm just trusting the connections versus anything that I truly see on the racing form with Silent Revenge, as Contreras owns and trains the 5-year-old mare, looking for win number 2 and start number 13. But number 7 is a horse who's an intriguing sort in here. Bonita Song, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. looking for another winner this week. The 3-year-old filly does take on older, but she's lightly raced. She's only a 4-time starter, making her 5th start today for Chris Davis, who hasn't sent very many over to Horseshoe Indianapolis, but the ones that he's sent have won and run 3rd. So they are coming over to win as well. A good-looking Bay filly in here by Cross Traffic has been on the synthetic this winter over at Turfway Park. She does have one lone start at Churchill Downs. Do note Sophie Doyle was originally scheduled to ride. She didn't come over, so Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a capable reinsman, does pick up the mount in here. Second start off the layoff and could move up in a big way in her second start on the dirt. I drew a line through that first start. It was 7.5 furlongs at Churchill. Got outrun early, broke from the very outside post. It was a race that I can easily forgive. 10-1 morning line, currently 7-2 on the board, but the 8's taking a ton of action right now. Can't Stop Staring. Santos Sanger for Navarrete in here, 4-year-old Run Happy filly, drew 50,000 at the Keeneland sale back in 2022. They've been very patient with her. She had 2 starts at 3, and one of them was the winning sort right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a sloppy main track. So you know that she's not going to be concerned or fearful of the wet conditions we have here in Shelbyville. She's won on a sloppy track. She's won going around 2 turns. She brings in some recency as well. She hasn't been seen since January, but she did have 2 runs this winter over on the synthetic, and she didn't run poorly by any means. She showed decent speed her second time out, and then she's been freshened up. She'll come back today for 12.5, and she is your likely favorite when the gates pop and it's all said and done. Can't Stop Staring, looking to go a perfect 2 for 2 on the main track. But on the day that we've seen some long shots pop in races 5 and 6, we'll see if that trend continues in here. A small but intriguing field. Head out for race number 7 at the Shoe.
Horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. It's off the turf. Main track good, 1 mile 70 yards. They feel the 6. Scratch 1, Pretty on the Prairie. 2, Castagna. Take out 5, Sweet Enchantment. 9, Mo Ice for the Lady. Scratch 11, Title Tactics. 12, Bingo Baby. 13, Texas Hottie. 14, Beat It. And 15, Eastern Sunrise. Scratch 1, 2, 5, 9, 11 through number 15. All have been withdrawn. Change of jockey for the 7, Bonita Song to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides the 7, Bonita Song. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here are the 10-cent Pentafecta, double, pick 3. Nearing post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. Late scratch on 3, Silent Revenge. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, 3, Silent Revenge has now been ordered scratched. All wagers on 3, Silent Revenge here in race 7, refunds due. There will be a consolation, 9 and 3 double. 9-3 for a consolation double. Those using 3, Silent Revenge in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. 9-3 consolation double, scratch number 3, Silent Revenge. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards, main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joel Albornoz with Sweet Daydream. First into the gate. Alberto Burgos Stupendous coming up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Bonita Song. Here's the cross traffic filly. Sando Sanjo with Can't Stop Staring. 6-5 favorite on Can't Stop Staring, and one more. Josh Morales with La Orgullosa. Silent Revenge, the 3 a late scratch. The 3's a non-runner. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stupendous. Sharply away from the gate for Alberto Burgos. There's La Orgullosa and the black cap with an early move. Nearest the inside, Sweet Daydream with in between horses. Bonita Song and Can't Stop Staring, and the green cap is out to the 4 path as they round the first turn. It's Stupendous. So Stupendous has taken the lead as they go to the back of this good track. Stupendous with company from La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring up into third. Bonita Song is now fourth upon settling with a white cap for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Sweet Daydream trails the quintet left in the running. The opening quarter, 25.13 seconds going up the back. Short lead for Stupendous. La Orgullosa right there for Joshua Morales. It's Stupendous and La Orgullosa now head-to-head. Santos Sanjor and Can't Stop Staring right there off the duel running in third. It's a break of 5 more to Bonita Song, and toward the inside for Joel Albornoz, Sweet Daydream remains last of the 5. Half mile for Stupendous, pressed by La Orgullosa. Through it in 49.24 seconds. Can't Stop Staring continues to track. 3 furlongs to go. La Orgullosa on even terms with Stupendous. La Orgullosa on nose in front. Stupendous now roused up to match strides with La Orgullosa as they take this confrontation past the quarter pole. 2 clear from Can't Stop Staring. A gap away to Sweet Daydream. And Bonita Song has tailed off. 3/4, 1 minute 14.31 seconds into the stretch. Stupendous continues in a scrappy battle here with La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring has 6 lengths to raise and a final furlong to do so. It's down to these 2. Stupendous sticking that neck out in front. On the outside is La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring back in third. Well clear. It's Stupendous toward the inside. Stupendous for Alberto Burgos. Stupendous. Stupendous repels La Orgullosa after a battle. Can't Stop Staring finished third. Photo finish 145.88. We're standing by for the judges' confirmation. 6-10-8-4. It's gone to 6 Stupendous. 2-1 first, 10 La Orgullosa. 7-1 second, 8. Can't Stop Staring at Diva Money. Favorite runs third, 4 Sweet Daydream, 7 Bonita Song. Alberto Burgos galvanizing the California Chrome mare for Donna Riley. Stupendous is 2-1. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6 Stupendous with Alberto Burgos. Stupendous is a 6-year-old bay mare by California Chrome. Out of the Include mare, Just Fabulous. Donna Riley trains for Carter Riley. The winner was bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Stupendous. Race 7 official. $6.10 exacta, good battle throughout, $41.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 6-10-8-4, $13.21. Pick 3, $1,039.20. There was no pentafecta, 9-6 double, 164.60. 9-3 consolation double, 46.20. Late scratch on 3, Silent Revenge with refunds on the 3. 145.88. Race 8 next. Off the turf, main track sprint over the 5 furlongs. Scratch 2, Samba Lover. 3, Breeze in Town. 4, Illini. Take out 5, Hard to Say. And scratch 8, Side Eye. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 8. 6, Corman. The jockey Adam Beschizza on 6, Corman. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Again, scratch the grand high 5. Double pick 3. 5:52. Post time. The 3's a non-runner. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stupendous. Sharply away from the gate for Alberto Burgos. There's La Orgullosa and the black cap with an early move. Nearest the inside, Sweet Daydream with in between horses. Bonita Song and Can't Stop Staring. And the green cap is out to the 4-path as they round the first turn. It's Stupendous. So Stupendous has taken the lead as they go to the back of this good track. Stupendous with company from La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring up into third. Bonita Song is now fourth upon settling with a white cap for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Sweet Daydream trails the quintet left in the running. The opening quarter, 25.13 seconds going up the back. Short lead for Stupendous. La Orgullosa right there for Joshua Morales. It's Stupendous and La Orgullosa now head-to-head. Santos Sanjor and Can't Stop Staring right there off the duel running in third. It's a break of 5 more to Bonita Song, and toward the inside for Joel Oborno's Sweet Daydream remains last of the 5. Half mile for Stupendous, pressed by La Orgullosa. Through it in 49.24 seconds. Can't Stop Staring continues to track. 3 furlongs to go. La Orgullosa on even terms with Stupendous. La Orgullosa on nose in front. Stupendous now roused up to match strides with La Orgullosa as they take this confrontation past the quarter pole. 2 clear from Can't Stop Staring. A gap away to Sweet Daydream. And Bonita Song has tailed off. Three quarters, 1 minute 14.31 seconds into the stretch. Stupendous continues in a scrappy battle here with La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring has 6 lengths to raise and a final furlong to do so. It's down to these two. Stupendous sticking that neck out in front. On the outside is La Orgullosa. Can't Stop Staring back in third, well clear. It's Stupendous toward the inside. Stupendous for Alberto Burgos. Stupendous repels La Orgullosa after a battle. Can't Stop Staring finished third.
2-1 comes home to score, but took a ton of late action loading the gate. 5-1 was the projection, off at 2-1. Finds the lead, and Alberto Burgos finds himself a winner in the 7th. It's been a day of long shots, or at least later on in the card. We're looking at some massive will pays in the pick 4 and pick 5, but if you were cheering for a carryover, that won't happen today because it looks like at least one, if not multiple bettors are going to bring home both the pick 4 and the pick 5, but some very generous payouts. You're going to bring home at least $10,000. 5 furlongs going to be the distance, and you're not home yet unless you hit the all button in here, because maybe a field of 5, but it's an intriguing one as well. They all wanted to be on the turf, but they will be on a good main track going 5 furlongs. 9 minutes from now, do scratch the 4, who was a late scratch out of this race. He was not on the original scratches, but he is since out, along with the 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 8 as well. Your main track only, Leo Springs, does draw in and is currently co-favored. I'm going to put Leo Springs right on top. John Heron sends out the good-looking gray as Alberto Burgos looks for a riding double in here. The 4-time winner looking for his 5th start in only start number 13 so far. However, he hasn't won since last year, one of the last races of the year last season, where he went near the back of the pack, last to first fashion, going 6 furlongs. Now, 5 furlongs is a little bit of an unknown distance for Leo Springs, but he does get some pace to chase in here. I think he's going to come from off the pace, and there is a lot of speed. It may only be a 5-horse field. However, it looks like every other horse wants to be on the lead except for Leo Springs. John Heron does own and train a horse who made $88,000 last year. Through 2 starts this year, has already banked almost $15,000 with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish, making his 3rd start of the season. Now, he has developed a little bit of a tendency to break a little bit slow. He did move up very well in both of his races. He moved up midway through the turn before fading late. That could suggest that 5 furlongs might be right in his wheelhouse, despite never trying it in the past. Now, he's gone 5.5 furlongs. That's been a little bit too sharp for him, at least in the past. We'll see if it's any different today, but I do believe he gets the best trip in here. He's one of the only horses who looks like they want to come from off the pace. But Holiday House is another one who's making his 3rd start of the season at 9-2. The 5-time winner making start number 44 in here for this 6-year-old. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be calling the shots for Southwest Racing Stables. A 3rd place finish last time out, has been bet down to favoritism in his 2 starts this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I expect him to get some love today, but projections would indicate he's not going to be favored. 7-2 right now on those DRF projections, despite being below even money in his last 2 starts. I don't think the waters get much deeper from a class level, in my opinion. Certainly not because we are off the turf now. He's certainly one who does move up off the turf. Half of his career victories have come on the main track, and he does like to break sharp. He likes to go to the lead and likes to play catch me if you can, but if someone else really wants to send, he's certainly okay sitting off the pace. Last time he made the mistake of sitting off Metallic Man, who never did look back, and that is an old Warhorse Indiana bred. Metallic Man's done some very nice things. The 2nd place runner, Spycraft, did come home to win as well, so Holiday House could be any sort in here. I'm a little bit surprised at the price, 9-2 on the board, because a lot of the money has come in on Gulpin Sunday. This horse raced during our opening week, April 16th, and it was a day in which we had a ton of very fast times. So you got to question if that big number off the huge jump is a legitimate number or not. Now, some horses have come back to run since then, and they've all run very well. Woodaz has come back to win. You also had Sweet Scorecard, who ran off the page that week as well, and then shipped over to Churchill Downs and showed good speed. So I think a lot of these numbers are legit. But anytime you see a horse 30s buyers, back-to-back 30 buyers, and then jump up to 73, is there a bounce factor, taking on winners for the first time, also taking on older horses in here? There's a lot of question marks to be answered. Sammy Bermudez is having himself a nice day. He looks for another winner on the card. He's already visited the winner's circle numerous times on the day, and he looks for another one in here with Gulpin Sunday, looking for a win on a Wednesday. We'll see if it's fact or fiction with the 3-year-old jumping up in a big way, but finds a reasonable spot in this off-turf event. We're 5 minutes away from the 8th race. Don't forget to stick around and listen to Martha. She's giving out $500 pentafectas, and you've got not 1 but 2 opportunities to cash in on Martha's picks today, because John G. Dooley's going to be in the booth for the remainder of the card. He'll stick around through that 10th race and make the excitement go galore as we're 5 minutes away from the 8th.
The horses call post route now for the 8th race. This race will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs, a field of 5. Scratch 2, Samba Lover. 3, Breeze in Town. 4, Illini. Take out 5, Hard to Say, and 8, Side Eye. Scratch 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 8. 6, Corman, the jockey Adam Beschizza. Ride 6, Corman. No pentafecta wagering. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Due in 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Orlando Mexico with Butch's Best. The first of 5 in. Anna with Corman coming up. Corman has joined Butch's Best. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on board Holiday House. White turquoise stars and cap. Couple them back. Samir Bermudez with Galpin Sunday. Track here remains labeled good. One more, and that's main track only entered. Leo Springs, Alberto Burgos, riding for a double on the card. All in. They're off, racing 5 furlongs, off to an even start. Quick one for the gray. Butch's Best from the rail with Holiday House. Right there is in between horses Corman, and on the outside Galpin Sunday as they line up. Corman is now second to last past the half-mile pole, and the one detached is Leo Springs. So they roll around the far turn, and here comes Galpin Sunday with a bid. It's Galpin Sunday and Holiday House as they just come to the forefront from Butch's Best toward the inside, who tries to kick with them coming toward the quarter pole. Then comes Corman running in 4th. Leo Springs back in 5th. 21.85 lead seconds. Here's the quarter pole. It's Holiday House narrowly from Galpin Sunday in the white cap. Butch's Best straightens away in 3rd. Corman toward the inside, and Leo Springs. They're homeward bound. It's Holiday House. Holiday House just leads. Galpin Sunday charging hard on the outside, and Leo Springs, who is last on the back of the track, is motoring home with Alberto Burgos, and Leo Springs has taken charge and has the kick. Leo Springs won by 4 from Galpin Sunday. Then Holiday House, Butch's Best, and Corman. .58.66 after the sprint. It was 3-2 on Leo Springs. Main track only for John Herron with another meet winner. 4-1 on 9 Galpin Sunday, the runner-up among the 5. 7 Holiday House at 5-2 third. The gray Butch's Best 3-1 fourth. And Corman rounds out the quintet, 58-66. Alberto Burgos with a quick fire double. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 10 Leo Springs, a riding double for Alberto Burgos. Leo Springs, a 4-year-old gray roan gelding by Unbridled Spring out of the Flatter Mare, Flatter Me Fiona. For Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, John Heron. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Leo Springs. Main track only takes out the sprint in 58-66. 10-9 exacta, $22 even, 50-cent trifecta. 10-9 $7, $8.60. 6-10 for that Alberto Burgos double. Pick 3, 3 of 3, $209.90. The stupendous Leo Springs double. Alberto Burgos on both ends, $28 even. The $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba, $11,344.80. And the 50-cent late pick 5 on 5 of 5, $6,203.35. 5 ran, favored first, 58.66. A couple of quarter horse dashes to close us out today. 17 minutes away from the 9th. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Track good, scratch 6 LB Lucky 6, 11 Sizzling Heart, and 12 Apolitical Bill. No rider changes. Overweights for Jess Shake Baby, 5 over, 5 Whiskey Beach, 7 over, and the 7 Philomena. She'll carry 5 extra pounds. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time 6:18. They're off, racing 5 furlongs, off to an even start. Quick one for the gray. Butch's Best from the rail with Holiday House. Right there is in between horses Corman, and on the outside Gallopin' Sunday as they line up. Corman is now second to last past the half-mile pole, and the one detached is Leo Springs. So they roll around the far turn, and here comes Gallopin' Sunday with a bid. It's Gallopin' Sunday and Holiday House as they just come to the forefront from Butch's Best toward the inside, who tries to kick with them coming toward the quarter pole. Then comes Corman running in fourth. Leo Springs back in fifth. 21.85 lead seconds. Here's the quarter pole. It's Holiday House narrowly from Gallopin' Sunday in the white cap. Butch's Best straightens away in third. Corman toward the inside, and Leo Springs. They're homeward bound. It's Holiday House. Holiday House just leads. Gallopin' Sunday charging hard on the outside, and Leo Springs, who is last on the back of the track, is motoring home with Alberto Burgos, and Leo Springs has taken charge and has the kick. Leo Springs won by 4 from Gallopin' Sunday. Then Holiday House, Butch's Best, and Corman.
Results are in for Racing Rachel's Warriors. Congratulations to Thomas Luther in first place, Frank Gall in second place, and Jennifer Hudspeth in third place. Thank you again for playing in today's Racing Rachel Warriors contest here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a great night.
All right, hope you've been enjoying this Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we're going to round out today's program with not one but two quarter horse races, and they're both going to give you a taste of something different with this breed of horse. Okay, so we'll begin with a 250 maiden for 2-year-olds, and none in this field have raced before, officially raced before. We do scratch the 11 and 12, but we've got field of 10, and all we can go by is pedigree, connections, and maybe to see some of the results in the training races. That's about it. And so sometimes you see these young horses that just emerge beautifully right off the bat, and other times you see some that are just having a little difficulty getting the knack. But don't fear, because those horses are the ones that could really surprise you as the season goes on. And I always like to point out, the amazing thing with the 2-year-olds is that we've got very, very lucrative futurities. Those are championships for 2-year-olds coming up in the months to come at Horseshoe Indy. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look. I'm going to begin with number 1. He's Political. We have our leading trainer, Tim Eggleston, and the leading rider, and one of 2 riders for Tim Eggleston, and that's Eduardo Diaz. They're teaming up with Patty Marshall's homebred, number 1, He's Political. This is a son of Eos Apolitical, who first crop was seen last year. The horse, he ended up being 6th in the nation, very promising, and siring a lot of really, really good horses here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, Tim and Patty have a wonderful partnership. 2 years ago, they combined with Patty's homebred, no, actually Sherry Miller's homebred, forgive me, but she owned a Red-Headed Beach. 3 futurity championships in 1 year had never been done before at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So take a look at this gelding. I think he's got a lot of promise. We'll see how he takes to his first start. We'll go next to number 2, and that's He's a Classy Cowboy. Tony Cunningham is going to saddle this colt. He hasn't been gelded yet. He's a 2-year-old colt whose morning works don't pop off the page, but if you overlook the progeny of Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3, you're probably going to lose some money on your wager. This stallion has been remarkable. He's a graded stakes winner. I think it's now his 3rd crop, and just every year he has been one of the top first crop producers. Very fast, very speedy, very professional. So we'll see how this baby works for him. You know, again, sometimes they take a start or 2, but Flying Cowboy 1, 2, 3 is just sensational. Danny Martinez has the call for Duke Racing, Chris Duke and his buddies. All right, we'll go next to number 3, and that's Political Jester. Former jockey Natasha Perez, who's now a trainer and doing an incredible job with her horses, is going to saddle this gelding and give a leg up to a really, really nice rider. We have so many in this colony, but that's Juan Marquez. Juan Marquez took over the riding assignment for Natasha toward the end of the season when Diego Bocanegra was injured, and he scored the victory in the Miss Roxy Little futurity for her. He's a former leading rider, very good. And I think Political Jester, also sired by Eos Apolitical Win, has a good shot in his first out. And I'll round up my top 4 with number 10, Fired Up a Corona. Makes the debut for trainer German Rodriguez, also a former rider that's now training. And today he'll actually ride this horse for himself. I mean, it's crazy, but I always laugh when I say it, because like, how can he do all of it? But he does. He's a real nice young man. All right, and actually, this stallion is a different one from we picked a good horse, a winner from Louisiana a couple days ago, but he's a son of Louisiana champion Open Me a Corona. And I had seen many of his races in person because he was really, really good. I think he made, 21 starts, won almost $1 million. And I just looked it up before we went on the air, and he was a 3-time champion as a 2-year-old. He qualified and won 2 futurities, Open Me a Corona down in Louisiana when he was just a 2-year-old. So take a look at number 10. That ought to be good. Okay, if you want to play our quarter horse Pentafectin, we had a nice hit yesterday with our top 5. I like to throw in one long shot, so consider number 4, Just Shake Baby, if you want to put together a ticket for that wager. Good luck to all of our 2-year-olds in this race, and we'll see you back to preview the 10th. We've got an allowance race, horses with a little more background that we can talk to you about.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 9th race. Quarter horse maiden Juvenile Dasher with a 250. Good track. Scratch 6, LB Lucky 6, 11 Sizzling Heart, and 12 Apolitical Bill. Scratch 6, 11 in the 12. Overweights for Jess Shake Baby 5 over. 5 Whiskey Beach 7 over. 7 Philomena 5 plus pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, and nearing post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. He's a classy cowboy, uses a flipping halter. Whiskey Beach facing up to the gate. He's political. Political jester into the gate. Philomena coming up. Jess Shake Baby. Even money on Fired Up Corona will be last to join up. Now WRS Hold the Line. My Royal Swinger. $28-1 on My Royal Swinger. One more. Fired Up Corona. German Rodriguez trains and rides. Fired Up Corona. 6-5 favorite over the 250 yards. Good track. Here's Fired Up Corona. They're in the gate. And the Roth. Whiskey Beach sharply away with Jess Shake Baby. Here comes a charge by My Royal Swinger. Fired Up Corona over here on the stand side. Whiskey Beach, he's a classic cowboy emerging. He's a classic cowboy. Takes the maiden juvenile from Whiskey Beach, Philomena, with WRS Hold the Line. My Royal Swinger and Fired Up Corona. We're standing by for the result of photographs after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Photos hold all wagers. 2-5, 7-8. There was a dead heat for fifth between the 1 and 9. 1 and 9 and a dead heat for fifth, impacting the quarter horse pentafecta result. 2, He's a Classy Cowboy first. 5, Whiskey Beach second. 7, Philomena third. 8, WRS Hold the Line fourth. Dead heat for fifth between 1, He's Political, and the 9, My Royal Swinger. Fired Up Corona followed them home after the quarter horse juvenile dash. Back to the winner's circle comes 2, He's a Classy Cowboy with Danny Martinez. He's a Classy Cowboy is a 2-year-old brown colt by Flying Cowboy 1-2-3. And She's a Classy Boy by Brookstone Bay. Tony Cunningham trains for Duke Racing LLC, one of our sponsors here this season. Chris Duke and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Duke Racing newcomer. He's a Classy Cowboy. Ninth race official. Again, a dead heat for fifth position between 1, He's Political, and 9, My Royal Swinger after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. The 2-5 exacta 124.80. Pick 3 paid $81.40. 50-cent trifecta 257, $236.95. 10-2 double 75.20. The 10-cent superfecta 271.80. The dead heat for fifth. 10-cent pentafecta on 25789. Paid $1,336.24. 9, My Royal Swinger, and 1, He's Political were in that dead heat for fifth. 10th race to close out the card. Scratch 5, Elegant Train. Scratch the 5. 2, Where's Wilson? 1 pound over. 7, It's My Favorite, 3 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time in 16 minutes. Revised post time now 6:47. The gate. And the Roth. Whiskey Beach sharply away with Just Shake Baby. Here comes a charge by My Royal Swinger. Fired Up Corona over here on the stand side. Whiskey Beach, He's a Classy Cowboy emerging. He's a Classy Cowboy. Takes the maiden juvenile from Whiskey Beach, Philomena with W in the gate. And the Roth.
well, hope you've all enjoyed this very busy, exciting afternoon at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got one more race to go. It's a quarter horse race again, a little bit different format. You saw the babies last race. Now you're going to see some experienced allowance level horses competing for a purse of $19,500. This race was written for 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. So plenty of experience to go by and some really good horses, even with the scratch of number 5, Elegant Train. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. Of course, my top choice is going to be number 1. It's a Ruidoso Wedding. Claudio Barazza trains this mare, and she's tuned up for her 4-year-old campaign with 2 starts at the Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile, that Kentucky track that has an abbreviated quarter horse meet in March. It's really served our quarter horse population very well because the horses that kind of make their start there seem to do very well first out at Horseshoe Indy. And it's either have a race and get that under their belt or be off for 6 months. That's tough sometimes. Edgar Diaz, who was last year's leading rider, has the call aboard this very nice mare sired by Apolitical Jess. All right, we'll move next to number 3, Rock Hard Love. This is really a durable, consistent allowance horse. Last 5 races has not finished out of the money, and sired by PYC Paint Your Wagon, bred by 2 really nice people. We miss seeing them around, and that's Lance and Tammy Finlinson. And this horse looked awfully good in his victory on April 25th. That was first race off the layoff for Tony Cunningham. Would not be surprised to see him very prominent today. You know, when you haven't missed a check, no matter what the circumstances are and the weather and the track surface, I really love those kind of hard-knocking horses that show up pretty much every time. All right, how about number 7? It's My Favorite. Makes her 2nd start off the layoff for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston. Sired by Favorite Cartel, this 4-year-old mare has raced against pretty tough company in New Mexico and Texas before joining the barn of Tim Eggleston. I think I would be no surprise to see a good effort today from It's My Favorite. And we'll round out my top 4 with number 2, and that's Diane Bennett's homebred, Where's Wilson. Makes his 21st start. Really had some good experience here for trainer Jessie Vasquez. She'll give a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. And due to a few kind of bobbled starts and just missed breaks, she's going to use the flipping halter today on Where's Wilson just to see if he can get him out quicker, because obviously he's got the talent to do well on the track. But in quarter horse racing, you just don't want to kind of make one run at a late date and expect to win. It doesn't quite work that way. All right, so I'm going 1, 3, 7, 2 as my top 4, but you know we have this great quarter horse Pentafecta that yesterday paid $572. So you want to try and throw in a long shot with that. Might consider the 8 might give you a little bit of a chance, even though this field is a shorter field, so you might not get quite the payoff as we did yesterday. All right, well, I think that's it for today. Good luck. We'll see you back tomorrow. And one more reminder, May 31st is our first of 6 all-quarter horse days at Horseshoe Indy. It'll be a 10:45 in the morning start, lots of promotions, fun events for the whole family, and a whole bunch of great racing, including the final of the Harley Green and trials for the QHRAI Derby. All right, that's it for me. Have a great evening.
Horses stepping onto the track now for the 10th and final. Closing the card at 330 yards, a field of 7. Scratch 5, Elegant Train. Scratch the number 5, 2, Where's Wilson, a pound over. 7, It's My Favorite, 3 over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the quarter horse Pentafecta, 2 minutes. Nearing the game. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Aprilific Jess, loaded to that outside gate, uses a flipping halter. The gear for Where's Wilson. It's a Rio Dosa wedding. Rock Hard Love, Danny Martinez riding for a double. Here's Rock Hard Love. Philosophus. So stand by, one more. Rolando Pena with It's My Favorite. 330 yards, track good. Thursday post time, 2:10 all in. Last of the day. Off of the Wednesday finale. Squeeze back was Philosophus. It's a Rio Doso wet and gets the whole shot past the 220. Where's Wilson with Rock Card Love? Philosophus. It's My Favorite. Fancy Politics of A Prolific Jess. They're near home. It's a Rio Doso wet and Edgar Diaz. It's a Rio Doso wet and Sharp from Rock Card Love with Fancy Politics. It's My Favorite and A Prolific Jess. One, three, and then a photo. One, It's a Rio Doso wedding. Even money first. 3, Rock Hard Love. 2-1 second. The judges will examine photos before posting the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of the quarter horse pentafecta. It's a Rio Doso wedding. Sharp. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barazza. At even money, the final favorite. After the photographs, the judges have posted 6, Fancy Politics 3rd, 7, It's My Favorite 4th, and 8, A Prolific Jess was 5th. 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 16.653 the clocking for the 330. Good track, tailwind, 16.653. It's official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle of 1. It's a Rio Doso wedding with Edgar Diaz. It's a Rio Doso wedding. 4-year-old bay mare by Apolitical Jess. And a Trendy by Stoll. Claudio Barazza trains for Francisco Javier Rodriguez. The Utah bred. It's a Rio Doso wedding. Gain to wire. sharply 16.653 seconds, and a nice win back here in the Hoosier State. 1-3 exacta, $10.40. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-3-6, $20.40. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, completed by a prolific Jess, $28.46. Pick 3, $40.50. It's My Favorite ran fourth in the dash. 10-cent superfecta, 1-3-6-7, $19.04. Good track, 330 yards in the closer, 16.653 seconds. It's a Rio Dosa wedding, looking good. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card tomorrow to wrap up the race week here thoroughbred-wise in the Hoosier State. Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. .210 all in, last of the day. Off of the Wednesday finale. Squeeze back was Philosophist. It's a Rio Dosa wedding, gets the whole shot past the 220. Where's Wilson with Rock Card Love? Philosophist. It's My Favorite. Fancy Politics of a prolific Jess. They're near home. It's a Rio Dosa wedding. Edgar Diaz. It's a Rio Dosa wedding. Sharp from Rock Card Love with Fancy Politics. It's My Favorite and a prolific Thursday.